Cool Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Mean of Revolution. Trump versus Putin. U.S. steals from Russia. U.S. soldiers is dead. Putin attacks. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Real revolution is a way of life, and revolutions for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Here goes some revolutionary lunch for y'all. Trump is out of his mind. We need to be aware of what's going on around us. We might need nuclear bunkers. Let's get into the content. Salute.
Well, the U.S. military this morning carried out an operation landing U.S. Special Forces on board a Russian oil tanker that came out of the Caribbean. According to reports, it was a joint operation by Pam Bondi's DOJ and Kristi Noem's Department of Homeland Security, which raises all kinds of questions, of course. Why is the Department of Homeland Security seizing Russian vessels off the coast of Scotland? Okay, this is the vessel, by the way. Now, they seized the Russian flagged oil tanker after pursuing it all the way from the Caribbean Sea, and Pete Hegseth confirmed this vessel is connected to Venezuelan oil shipments. So this is going to continue. China also condemned this. What was the Russian response, though? Well, Russia sent nuclear submarines that surfaced right out of the water. Imagine sitting there, suddenly a massive nuclear Russian sub just pops up and says, "What the F are you guys doing?" And Alexei Zhirolovev, Russian nationalist politician, member of the State Duma, has called for Russia to sink any U.S. ships with the U.S. Coast Guard in response to today's attack. He says to attack with torpedoes, to sink a couple of American Coast Guard boats. Normally, they guard their shore several thousand kilometers away. I think the United States, which is in a kind of euphoria of impunity after the special operation in Venezuela, can only be stopped now with such a click on the nose. So basically attacking American ships in response. And then in response, Russia launched the giant one, massive submarine on its way to the region right now. So all of this to say, what the hell are we doing? Colonel Dan Davis, host of the Deep Dive with Dan Davis, is joining us now. He's been kind enough to hang out with us while we had some technical issues here. Colonel, great to see you. I just wanted to get you on to get your analysis on all of this. Great to see you and Happy New Year.
Thanks. Same to you. Always a pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me back. This situation here, interestingly enough, you put that comment there from the member of the Duma. The government at the federal level or at the national level in Moscow is a lot more restrained from this. And so far, from some of the Telegram channels that I'm following from some pretty high-ranking folks anyway publicly, is that they want to downplay this and they don't want anything to cause any kind of an actual break or a rupture, especially between Putin and Trump. I think that they're not happy with a lot of things that are going on, but what they see the Europeans doing, I think they're saying, hey, let's just kind of try to keep this thing in tow so that we can at least keep good relations with the United States. I really think that one of the reasons they're downplaying it is because they want to create more of a rift between the United States and Europe, which is already pretty big with this whole Greenland deal and what we're doing in the Venezuela. We're doing a good job on our own of help keeping that separated. But I think Putin's going to say, if your enemy's doing something bad, don't stop him. We'll see how it plays out. But hopefully this one won't get any worse.
It seems like it's going to get worse, though, from the oil perspective, because now China is also sending ships for protection against these oil tankers coming out of Venezuela. The United States announcing that we're going to now basically take, I think 30% of Venezuelan oil is now going to be shipped right to the United States. I think we also took one of the oil tankers that was designated for China. Are they just going to, I know Colonel McGregor said, there's not going to be a war. It's not going to be a kinetic war. We're not going to see shots fired. He said that over the weekend, that Russia and China are not stupid. They're not going to do this in the Western Hemisphere. But there's an economic war unfolding here. And what do you think the response will be from their side? They're just going to allow us to take their oil?
Yeah, I think that there's not going to be any kind of a conflict now. But the problem is these things are all building up. And I'm concerned about where this may be headed because we're going in ways that are alienating literally everyone. And when we set this mentality up that we can do anything that we want, and nobody, and I mean nobody, not China, not Russia, not our allies in Europe, nobody can do anything to stop us, not our Constitution, not our laws. That is a really dangerous place, because I fear that that's going to embolden people to continue. And by people, I mean Trump and those who surrounded him, like Stephen Miller, who is the biggest advocate of this, along with Secretary of War Hegseth and Marco Rubio, seem to all be cheerleading along. The more actions you take and the more norms you shatter, and the more brigandish kind of actions you take, you get hungry for more. And the minute that you start thinking, nobody can put restraints on me, I will literally do anything I want, there will come a day, it's inevitable, that you will finally overstretch. And whether it's this member of the Duma or somebody else, they say, what? A bloody nose is what the U.S. needs. And that's where you have the risk of miscalculation, of error, of misjudgment, or something like that. That something like Colonel McGregor said, this should not lead to any kind of a conflict. But if you go too far and you make too big of a mistake, things could take on a life of their own. And the actions we're taking right now are really, really dangerous for our own national security.
Well, Senator Rick Scott today on Fox Business came out to talk about the next moves, Cuba, Nicaragua, and Colombia, and says that we're going to bring democracy back to the Western Hemisphere. Watch this.
So proud of what the president did, and Marco Rubio and Pete Hegseth and everybody, our military, Maria Corina Machado, and what they did in Venezuela is going to change Latin America. This is the start of changing Venezuela. Then we're going to fix Cuba. Nicaragua will get fixed. Next year, we'll get a new president in Colombia. We're going to start, the democracy is coming back to this hemisphere.
So democracy is coming back to this hemisphere. Colonel, you know that whenever the CIA gets involved in any regime change operations, it's been fantastic for America. It's been fantastic for the world. I think, you know, if they were an NFL team, they'd be like 0 for 16, right? I mean, Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Cuba before. Like, we haven't learned our lesson in Cuba before. I mean, the laundry list is long for the CIA's success in regime change operations. But Senator Scott, who, by the way, also receives upwards of about $400,000 from APEC, says this is great.
And what a mockery of democracy. And honestly, how dare he use that word for what he's talking about? Because what he's talking about is nothing remotely close to democracy, which is self-determination and nations working together in peace, respecting the rule of law. That's the very heart of democracy. And what he is describing is more like piracy or autocracy, where I'm going to tell you what you're going to do. If I say I'm going to take your oil, I'm going to take your oil, and you'll shut up and sit down, or I'll kill you. If you want to move something in the waters that I don't like, I will blow the boat up. I will seize it. That is not democracy. And listen, it's time for us to wake up. People who love America, who love our country, who know that the rule of law is the only way that we can have peace and stability and security for our country inside and international. When you shred the rule of law so that it doesn't exist, and you do what I'm still shocked at what Stephen Miller said on CNN.
Late breaking news, Russia just evacuated its ambassadors, its staff, and its diplomats from Israel. We'll probably have World War III start with Iran and U.S. and Israel tonight or tomorrow. That's a fact. And they like to sneak. Remember, they like to do this on the weekend because the news stations aren't vibrant and people be home. They're going to start a war with Iran tomorrow. That's a fact. If Russia just evacuated all its people, ambassador, staff, and diplomats from Israel, that means Iran finna tear Israel ass off the bone, and Russia getting its people out there. So,
in a couple of nights ago, he openly and flat out declared, we're not following the rule of law. We're following the rule of power. I had to watch it 2 or 3 times to make sure I didn't mishear him. He said, we're following the rule of power. And obviously he's got that right ear of the president. So if he's saying it, no one stopped him. That must be what the federal plan is. That must be what President Trump is doing. And based on the actions, who could argue with that? And I'm just telling you, you're succeeding now. You're getting some stuff, and you're making people follow in behind you. And that all feels good right now. But you're burying seeds and planting them and watering them that could come up with some very bitter fruit later on at a time and a place when we don't want it to. I just want to reiterate, you get rid of the rule of law to where it's the rule of the jungle, and one of these days there will be somebody bigger on the other side, and we won't like how it plays out.
Colonel, if you were, if you were right now in the administration and the commander in chief said, we want an order, we want an action to go into Cuba. I want something on my desk tomorrow. What do you think that would even look like? An invasion of Cuba, and then we could touch Colombia and Nicaragua. I mean, how are we going to pull this off?
Well, so what I've seen so far is, and Rubio, I think, reinforced this. Lindsey Graham, who's the biggest cheerleader for all of this, he loves to go on military operations and kill people everywhere. He wants to lead. Actually, he doesn't just want to lead with military. He wants to exclusively use military and reject any kind of diplomacy, because that means give and take, and he only wants to take. But even he has said, we will probably use economic coercion to take care of Cuba. And look, why in the world are we so obsessed with little tiny Cuba? I've been there. I went on a Christian operation, or not operation, mission with some people from a local church that were helping some other local churches inside Cuba in 2015 or 16, I think it was. And I'm telling you, they are so poor, almost as poor as what I saw in Afghanistan when I was there. I mean, they can barely put food on the table. They can barely keep the lights on. They are a threat to no one. And we had Victoria Coates on recently saying that, yes, they're a threat to America and we have to take care of it. No, they're a threat to no one. This is just some people's obsession, probably led with Marco Rubio, who just want to destroy Cuba because it's there. They don't like the government there. Oh, it's a communist government, right? Well, spoiler alert here. We do business with another communist country. You might have heard of them, China. We have no problem doing business with China, communist China, who has, billions of dollars of trade that we do all the time. They have nuclear weapons. We have no problem with that. But somehow this tiny little island here, we just want to destroy them. And I'm just telling you, it makes us look like a thug, a bully, that we're going after somebody that's really weak, and we're using the power of the United States just to crush them for no gain other than somebody's lust for destruction. There's no gain to our country. Just be clear on that. We won't be safer. We won't be more economically prosperous. It may help some individual rich people who may want to go and exploit Cuba on the aftermath if they succeed and completely wipe out the government or it collapses inside. But there's no gain to our country, and there's no need for this action. But this is part of what the rest of the world is seeing and saying, who is this country that's masquerading as the United States, that used to be a democracy, that used to be a shining light in a city on a hill, and used to be the standard that people look to when they said, what do we want to be like when we grow up? No more.
Well, and not even just China. I mean, Vietnam. I mean, we do
add that to the list.
$153 billion of trade with Vietnam. It accounts for like 30% of their GDP. Our relationship with Vietnam, a country that, for people that remember, we did go to war with them at one point. So it's insane to we're going after Cuba, Colombia on top of that. I just don't understand militarily the idea where we think we can go in, depose one of their leaders, and then we're going to set up shop in there. Is Marco Rubio going to be in charge of all of these countries? Like, he'll be the president of 4 different countries?
Yeah, and let me just point out that we're also still in the wait and see issue with Venezuela itself. Forget about Colombia for a minute, because their President Petro sounds like he's not going to roll over for anything. And even if he knows that he can't match the power of the U.S., I think he would probably fight. But we still don't know if it's going to work out with Venezuela, because let me clarify something for people. For all this chest beating and patting each other ourselves on the back about how great this military operation was in Venezuela, it was at the heart of it a 2-hour snatch and grab operation done at the national level. We went in, we got the target, we left, and that's it. Now, what Trump is saying is that if they don't do what they're told, then we'll go back in there. But let me tell you, that card has been played. If you want to go back in there, you're probably not going to get all of the air defense systems silent and not doing anything. I mean, these helicopters alone, all these helicopters you saw in those videos, if they had been firing even Stinger missiles, most or all of those would have been shot down. I mean, they're subject to even ground fire, so there wasn't much of even of that. But if they said, you know what, we're not going to just roll over and literally let you take over our country at no cost and no return, if they decide that they're going to call our bluff and say, okay, you know what, do it, come back in if you want to, then we have a big problem, Clayton. I'm telling you. 18,000 people that are in there. You can launch a bunch of missiles. You can fire missiles from those ships, and those planes can blow up a bunch of stuff. But unless you send somebody on the ground to go in there and take control, if it's contested and we don't have the troops for that, then you're not going to control anything. And if we start having casualties, if they start firing some missiles at some of our ships, if even one of them gets through, all of a sudden we're going to be in a world of hurt, and we're going to be put into the position. Do we now send thousands of troops in there to actually have an engagement, or do we back down? Because I'm telling you that 15,000 people is not enough to take care of a country. The only way that works is if they self lay down and say, well, I don't want to take the missiles, so we're going to do nothing. But if our bluff gets called, we're going to be in trouble. And forget about Colombia. We don't have enough troops for it to even think about militarily taking that over. Right now, they're counting on the threat and to keep everybody in line. But if anybody starts challenging us, it could get ugly.
Well, and we also heard that no one was hurt. Everything was fine. No Americans died. Everything was good. Now we're learning that that's not the case at all, that American special forces were, in fact, injured. Some of them gravely, apparently. We're getting more details about that. So this wasn't just like a little fun, recess with 4-year-olds hanging out on the merry-go-round. A lot of people died, and a lot of people died on the Venezuelan side, actually. So that sort of Mockingbird media initial reports about everything was fine, it was all hunky-dory, and they just swooped in and Maduro was happy to get on a ship is not the case at all. I don't understand militarily how we think we're going to be able to pull this off, and what the end game is. That's the thing. Just want to start at the end. We've had so many failures with Iraq and Afghanistan because we never knew what the end game was. What is the end game here? The CIA is going to install some sort of government, and the Colombian people are just going to go along with it. They're going to go along with it in Venezuela. You're seeing the protests already that the Mockingbird media won't show you of the people in Venezuela. They're like, actually, we don't like when the CIA comes in and bombs our country and tells us what to do and is going to install a CIA puppet government. It's not going to end well.
And there's one other thing about this that puzzles me on top of everything you just mentioned there, and that is, and I'm even from recent months, you had President Trump, talking about how we're out of the regime change business. You had Tulsi Gabbard, and I think it was October, saying we're out of the regime change business. We're not doing that. People voted for Trump, all this, and all of that is gone. And now we are absolutely in the regime change business. Now we are absolutely we're going to use armed force to compel compliance with everything we want. We will take your natural resources and you will shut up and give it to us, or we will shoot you. I mean, this boggles the mind that the president that we voted for, that said, I'm tired of all these operations and the forever wars, and we're going to get out of the wars that we were involved in. We're not going to start any new ones. And now here we are, literally, we've gone into Iran, we've gone into and fired stuff into the Yemen, the Red Sea, Nigeria, and now Venezuela, and we're threatening all these others, and maybe even just throw in Greenland. Why not? Just maybe put that one in there too. And we might go back into Iran. Why is there not, some upheaval of all the people that voted for the opposite when Trump is going like no president in my memory, in my lifetime, has never done what we're doing here in just 1 year? I don't understand that, Clayton. It really puzzles me.
Well, at least we got the Epstein files, right?
I'm sure there's no relation to any of that. I mean, right. How could there be, right?
Right. At least we got what we asked for, right? Colonel, great to see you. Thank you so much for your analysis on this. Again, this is changing by the minute. Remember that Trump likes to launch these invasions usually on a weekend when the markets are closed. So again, keep your eye on Iran, keep your eye on Cuba, keep your eye on Colombia, Mexico. I mean, the list is getting pretty long at this point. Colonel, thanks for being here. We really appreciate it, as always.
Always my pleasure, Clayton. Thanks for having me.
You bet. Thanks, Colonel.
All right, now we finna look at the repercussions for seizing that Russian oil tanker. Then we'll get back to that. Nobody's reporting this. I found this for y'all. Russia okay, you want to play with us in your backyard, in Russia's backyard in Odessa, where the U.S. and Britain have tried to take that port. 10 NATO soldiers, most of them U.S., were killed this morning. The Russian armed forces killed about 10 NATO officers in Odessa. U.S. officers was there. This was a retaliation for seizing an empty. That oil tanker was empty. That was just a flex by the U.S. Okay, well, what about NATO and U.S. officers being killed this morning in Odessa? Just the proof.
Sort of a shock for, especially for members, potential members of the community or the viewers that usually receive information from Western propaganda outlets. I don't know. Report is that as a result of Russian strike, about 10 NATO officers were neutralized, killed, by the way, in Odessa. So let me give you some details on that. Russian troops killed the NATO officers and elite Ukrainian fighters in Odessa, reported Nikolaev underground coordinator Sergei Lebedev. And this is quote, in Odessa, an elite Ukrainian armed forces unit trained by British submariners, special boat service officers, possibly, but this is my guess. So in Odessa, an elite Ukrainian armed forces unit trained by British submariners, specializing in sabotage, came under attack. British were also eliminated, and 8 foreign officers were among the dead. The number of Ukrainian specialists eliminated in this strike is in dozens. Coordinator of a pro-Russian underground, or the pro-Russian partisans, by the way, that most likely provided targeting data for this strike, Sergei Lebedev told RIA Novosti. He added that there at least 2 American officers were also killed in this strike. So rest probably were Brits, right? I don't know if any media outlet in either in UK or in the US reported about this strike in Odessa, about losses among US and British military personnel, but that's what Russian media is reporting. And this is RIA Novosti, by the way, one of the biggest news agencies here in Russia, right? And without serious reasoning, I don't think they will share this information, without serious reasoning to believe that this is correct information. So about 10 NATO officers were killed there. Majority, I think, were British officers, potentially from special boat service, that are actively engaged in the training of Kiev regime's saboteurs, and also in the planning of all sorts of terrorist operations, either on the Black Sea or in the southern sectors of the front line. And according to Lebedev, among eliminated NATO officers, there were at least 2 US officers presented there. Maybe US Navy SEALs, maybe, I don't know. Someday we will find out for sure. RIA Novosti is also reporting, dear friends, that well, defense ministry, Russian defense ministry, shared today with the public video from liberated Podoli settlement.
I appreciate the love.
Where Russian troops are demonstrating flag in different parts of their settlement, and this village is located on the southeastern part side of Kupiansk. And I reported, by the way, a couple of days ago about progress of the Russian armed forces in Podoli area. This is Kupiansk direction, Kharkov region. And I was not surprised to hear that Russian armed forces advancing in this area. I was not surprised because I never believed in propaganda, in the false propaganda, fake propaganda of their either Ukrainian channels or Ukrainian sources, or the pro-Ukrainian sources from the West, that Kiev regime launched a sectoral scale successful offensive in the Kupiansk direction and re-established control over the city and all that kind of garbage. Probably you have heard about it on numerous occasions in past couple of weeks, isn't it? That Kiev regime's forces were reclaiming Kupiansk. I was sharing my take initially that I was skeptical about these reports, and I am still skeptical about these reports. I never believed in it. I was always saying that if it comes to choose which side do I believe, Russian Defense Ministry, who is saying that Russian troops are in control in Kupiansk, or Western propaganda or their pro-Kiev regime propaganda, of course I'm going to trust the Russian Defense Ministry, by the way, 100%. 100%, right? And that's what I did, and that's why I'm not at all surprised, by the way, that recently news came about the liberation of this Podoli settlement. All those propagandists that were claiming successful offensive of Kiev regime, or they were surprised because in their mindset it was Kiev regime that was an offensive in this area, right? Not the Russian troops. But you know what? Let me show you on the map, by the way, this area. Let me show you the so this is a map, by the way, right?
See, Putin just finna get very rough.
This is map,
on him
and well, this is Kupiansk direction. So this is Podoli settlement, by the way, which is under full Russian control. And as I said, Defense Ministry shared the information about when Russian troops are demonstrating flag all around the settlement. It's southern eastern side from Kupiansk. And when it comes to Kupiansk itself, Russian troops are in charge, by the way, just because Kiev regime was launching these suicidal counteroffensives in Kupiansk direction, and every now and then a couple of soldiers of the Kiev regime were managing to infiltrate certain districts in the city. It does not mean that Kiev regime managed to reclaim control over anything, right? It just means exactly what I said. There's only a couple of people from Kiev regime's forces managed to infiltrate the city, but a couple of people are not enough to establish control over there, even a single freaking floor in a single building, correct? So how anyone can claim that these units that were shown in the videos, different videos here and there, are in control of anything? You know, it makes no sense. It just makes no sense, by the way, to have a strict control over the NATO district
and imperialist,
right? You have to have at least a couple of hundreds of troops there, by the way, when it's a high-intensity conflict. At least a couple of hundreds of troops, right, in a single district. And there is plenty of districts in the city, isn't it? So that's why I'm not surprised at all that Russian troops are advancing in the Kupiansk area, but all those propagandists, pro-Western propagandists or the Western propagandists and the rest, that was pushing this false narrative that Kiev regime is achieving some faking success in the Kupiansk direction. Oh, they caught themselves being surprised, right, with this report. Okay, by the way. Okay. Next time, they should be more careful, right? Next time, they should be more careful. Also, dear friends, Russian armed forces, according to the number of reports, established control over their settlement of Bratska. This is Dnipropetrovsk region. Russian troops are further improving positions in Primorsk direction, in the Zaporozhye region, in direction of Lukyanovsk, which is soon to be fully liberated, I believe. And, well, it will not take long before Russian troops will launch offensive in Orekhov, major stronghold of the Kiev regime in the central area of the Zaporozhye sector. And basically, initiative is in Russian hands all along the front line, by the way. Initiative is in Russian hands all along the front line. In the DPR, Russian troops are further advancing towards Liman on a Kramatorsk-Slavyansk direction. Let's call it that. After Seversk was liberated, well, it is time to call this area Slavyansk-Kramatorsk direction, and Russian troops are further improving their positions in Liman city, by the way. Russian troops are entering this city already from 3 different directions. from a northern side, from the eastern side, from the southern side, and I guess very soon Russian troops gonna reach Liman from the western side, northern western side too, and the city gonna end up being encircled, or at least in operational encirclement. Yesterday or day before, I already see reports in the Russian segment of internet that Russian troops completely cut off supply and support lines of key regime's forces in Liman, which means that supply and support lines are under Russian fire control, under Russian artillery drone control, right? And when this control is established, then it is becoming almost impossible to send in or out anything or anybody, right, from these partially encircled cities. So that's about it for a short summary, I guess, about developments on the line of contact.
Well, my dear truth seekers, watching the actions of the 47th President of the United States, it becomes clear that all the statements of psychiatrists that Donald Trump suffers from not only senility but also a whole bunch of mental illnesses are true. Indeed, this person's narcissism and high level of sense of self-importance transcend all imaginable and inconceivable boundaries. Furthermore, after the kidnapping of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and the realization that the whole world simply turned a blind eye to this egregious crime, Trump's sense of self-importance doubled. Against this backdrop, the 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump, said in all seriousness that it was only thanks to his efforts that Russia had not yet captured all of Ukraine. Furthermore, Trump also added that it was only thanks to him that Russia and China began to fear and respect the United States. If it wasn't for me, Russia would have captured the whole of Ukraine a long time ago. You are all lucky that I rebuilt our army during my first term as president, and that I still continue to do so. China and Russia are not afraid of NATO without the United States. I have made the United States the only country in the world that Russia and China fear and respect. This is the restoration of the United States by Trump, the current owner of the White House said. Furthermore, immediately after that, the U.S. Permanent Representative to the United Nations, Mike Waltz, officially stated that Donald Trump would continue to disregard international law, acting from a position of strength to achieve all his goals for the benefit of the national interests of the United States. Well, my dear friends, as you can see, this orange old man, with a nuclear baton in his hands, has gone completely crazy, provoking the outbreak of World War III with his actions. Furthermore, this crazy old man even ordered the detention of the oil tanker Mariner, which was sailing under the Russian flag. Insiders in the Kremlin have admitted that President Vladimir Putin personally ordered Russian warships and submarines not to sink the American and British ships that participated in the pirate hijacking of this civilian vessel. As a result, the world was once again saved from the outbreak of a global war, which the maniacs in Washington and London are trying so hard to foment. By the way, later U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance stated that the seized oil tanker Mariner was not Russian. According to him, the crew of that oil tanker hung the Russian flag to avoid detention. However, no matter how it was, such actions by the United States contradict the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea of 1982. Meanwhile, our orange psychopath didn't stop there. So, on January 7th, Donald Trump demanded that Venezuela transfer from 30 to 50 million barrels of high-quality Venezuelan oil to the United States. Moreover, Trump also demanded that the current Venezuelan authorities sever all relations with China, Russia, Cuba, and Iran. At the same time, the US president threatened that if the Venezuelan authorities refused to comply, Washington would strengthen the blockade of Venezuela, as a result of which Caracas would become financially insolvent, due to the lack of income from oil exports. Thus, Trump actually recognized that the kidnapping of President Nicolas Maduro did not give the desired results, and that the United States still cannot achieve the loyalty of the Venezuelan authorities. Furthermore, as it turned out, the kidnapping of Maduro was a Pyrrhic victory for Trump. The fact is that Trump's criminal actions have made Maduro a martyr. As a result, it not only united the people of Venezuela, but also rallied Maduro's enemies and friends, in the face of the evil invader. In addition, even Trump's most loyal supporters began to turn away from him. According to statistics, after Maduro's abduction, Trump's rating began to plummet. US citizens are disappointed with Trump, who turned out to be not a peacemaker, but a real imperialist. Furthermore, as subsequent events have shown, Trump's problems did not end there. As it turned out, Maduro's abduction and subsequent threats and pressure against the current Venezuelan authorities did not produce the desired results. The Venezuelan authorities not only refused to submit to the invaders, but even announced a total mobilization in the country. In addition, a real hunt for traitors has begun in Venezuela. Over the past 3 days, more than 30 people have been detained across the country. All of them are accused of collaborating with the CIA. Independent monitoring services have admitted that everything that is happening in Venezuela indicates that Caracas is preparing to repel a full-scale invasion by the United States. At the same time, it is reported that the Venezuelan authorities rely on the unique doctrine of the war of the whole people, which is capable of mobilizing almost 4 million people. Thus, as you can see, Donald Trump still fell into the trap that Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping organized in Venezuela. With each passing day, the United States is increasingly involved in the Venezuelan matter, which could potentially have detrimental consequences for Washington. The fact is that Trump is very afraid that his threats will not work, and that he will have to launch a ground operation to overthrow the current Venezuelan authorities. At the same time, Trump is well aware that the United States is not in a position to wage protracted wars, and that Venezuela could become a second Vietnam for Washington. Against this backdrop, I am absolutely sure that if the United States still has to invade Venezuela, Washington will use a limited contingent. At the same time, the United States will form the main shock fist from its allies in South America, in the face of drug cartels and organized criminal groups that have extensive experience in fighting in the jungle and mountainous terrain. In addition, the United States will also try to put a lot of pressure on the Colombian authorities and force that country's army to attack Venezuela. However, fortunately for Caracas, the militants of the ELN rebel group have already stated that if Colombia sides with the United States and attacks Venezuela, they will launch sabotage and guerrilla warfare against the Colombian army inside the country. In addition, it is also worth noting Cuba's actions if the United States still decides to launch a ground invasion of Venezuela. In particular, the Cuban authorities have already made it clear that Cuba will fight shoulder to shoulder with fraternal Venezuela against the American imperialists. In addition, do not forget that there is a fairly powerful Cuban military contingent in Venezuela, which will protect Caracas from any ground invasion. Meanwhile, the well-known Venezuelan journalist Diego Sequeira also added oil to the fire. In particular, he said that the Venezuelan authorities not only refused to obey the United States, but also began to prepare a tough response to Washington for the treacherous abduction of Maduro. According to him, the Venezuelan authorities have already begun a total mobilization of the population, as a result of which the United States will not be able to occupy the country. In addition, the Venezuelan authorities have also begun to deepen ties with Russia, China, and Iran, in order to deprive the United States of hegemony in the region permanently. And finally, the most important thing, the Venezuelan authorities are preparing to tighten control over the country's oil, in order to prevent the United States from using it as a weapon against other countries. According to Diego Sequeira, the very fact that the Venezuelan government survived after Maduro's abduction, and society refused to panic and collapse, indicates that Washington's strategy has completely failed. Thus, it becomes clear that Donald Trump, with his adventure in Venezuela, has opened a Pandora's box, which can lead to disastrous consequences for the United States itself.
Enemies making a massive. The United States has made it a habit of choosing weak, militarily weak states as their enemies, making a massive display of absolutely asymmetric force and strength and bashing these pansy states into submission before the whole world, almost as whipping boys, so that it can frighten the rest of the world into submission. That was, I think, quite okay in the time of the unipolar power movement from 1990 onwards till about 2010, 2015. Thereafter, it is no longer a unipolar world order, it is a multipolar world order. And to that extent, the simple fact is that there are peer group military powers like Russia and China which have changed the equation. What the world has noted quite clearly is that America is very chary of putting boots on the ground in Ukraine against a peer group military power like Russia. It is pretty chary of tangling directly with another peer group military power like China. And it picks on weak countries like Iraq, like Libya, like Afghanistan. And even there, it has gotten bogged down for almost 2 decades and more, and paid a huge cost in blood and treasure. The playbook is very standard. Demonize the leader of that state as devil incarnate, paint Saddam Hussein as a villain who's trying to get weapons of mass destruction. Only America has the right to own them and use them, right? But in so doing, but even this weapons of mass destruction propaganda turned out to be absolute hogwash. There was no proof whatsoever, but it was used to, conquer Iraq, grab hold of its oil, and then torture and hang Saddam Hussein, right? To set an example. The simple point is that the Iraqi armed forces realized they were in no position to take on Americans directly, so their strategy was to go guerrilla. They went guerrilla, and for the next 8 bloody years, the United States was stuck badly in Iraq. The Strait of Iraq was almost trifurcated, destroyed more or less, and the ISIS emerged from that chaos. Iraq was more or less devastated as a state. The Americans spent about $3 trillion and hundreds of body bags they lost in this futile campaign. Now, for the last 2 days, we've been seeing a war dance of victory after their operation against a pansy weak state like Venezuela, right? And a war dance. absolute war dance of victory, kind of triumphalism emerging from Washington. We can do it to anybody. Some of them seem to be suggesting that they can even capture Putin or Xi Jinping, or there's some suggestion made of that they could do the same to Modi ji in India. Hold your horses. I think your triumphalism may be quite premature. Yes, you managed to abduct the president, the serving president and his wife, in an absolutely buccaneer piratic operation of smash and grab, gangsterism, a prime example of gangsterism. And you may have taken him to New York Metropolitan Court to stand trial. But the simple fact is that Venezuela has not fallen. The Venezuelan Supreme Court has said that the vice president of Venezuela, that is Rodriguez, Vice President Rodriguez, is now the president. And she has said, we will never consent to being a colony of the United States. We will safeguard our oil resources, right? She has asked for the return of Maduro. Just yesterday, Donald Trump was announcing in ringing tones, we will run Venezuela. We will, revive its oil industry and grab it all for ourselves, kind of a thing. More or less, he was suggesting that in so many words. Now, this entire smash and grab operation seems to be unraveling, because initially he said that the vice president is quite agreeable to doing what we tell her to do. Well, she said no. The Venezuelan defense minister, the Venezuelan army chief Lopez, the Venezuelan paramilitary chief are quite prepared to fight it out. They are activating, they have mobilized their forces to resist any large-scale landings of troops. They have mobilized their forces to prevent large-scale landings, beach landings, etc. And they have planned to go guerrilla. There are about over almost 1 million, men in uniform and those who have been trained to do guerrilla fighting, to put up, prolonged resistance, like in Iraq, like in Afghanistan, like in Vietnam. And they are quite prepared to fight it out, because it is a question of rallying around the flag. It is a question of national self-respect. And they are not prepared to act as sellouts, a whole nation of sellouts to the United States of America, just because it is displaying overwhelming strength. So what? Overwhelming strength was used for over a decade in Vietnam. There are more bomb craters in Vietnam than there are craters on the moon. But what happened in the end? The Americans had to fly out, run out, escape from Saigon, hanging by the rails of their helicopters, the wheels of their helicopters. The same tamasha we saw in Afghanistan. People trying to hang on to the wheels of aeroplanes in their desperation to get out of Afghanistan. So I think the Americans begin well. All their military campaigns begin very well, because they prepare slowly, they amass troops, they use a hammer to strike a fly, and then they make a big song and dance of it. But at the end of it, they tend to get bogged down. What I'm surprised is, as a military analyst, that despite all these military historical lessons, how is it that the American military security establishment did not work out likely end states, likely missions, likely goals, time horizons for their achievement, and exit strategy? Before you go in, you work out your exit strategy. You work out your time horizon. You map out the campaign that you want to fight, what aims you want to achieve. Previously, the aims we were told were to bring Maduro to justice. Well, you've achieved that. So now call it off. No. Hours after that, the aims were enlarged to, we want to run Venezuela. We want to grab its oil. It's just smash and grab. We want to grab its minerals, its gold, its everything. We want to turn it into a colony. I'm afraid that justification doesn't stand international scrutiny. You can always tell us that it is the era of might is right. But what we are clearly noticing is upper limits to American military power, economic power, political heft. It's largely getting confined to your own hemisphere. And even in your own hemisphere, this Venezuela operation could spin out of control even now. Because if to enforce control, if to grab their oil and mineral wealth, you have to send in boots on the ground, you run the risk of casualties, body bags. It all sounds very good to start with when it is a casualty-less campaign. Absolutely no blood, American bloodshed, just one American helicopter damaged. Then quietly we are told a few American servicemen injured, but they are fine. But then when body bags start coming in, that's when the problems start. And if body bags start coming in when you're about to have a midterm election, well, then best of luck to President Donald Trump. I really thought that triumphalism was premature. It was uncalled for, threatening that they will do this to any country in the world and suggesting that it could be done to India. I hope you know that India is a nuclear power. And it is not exactly a pansy or a pushover like Venezuela. And even the Venezuelans could give you hell once their spirits are aroused. What one was pained as a military analyst was that a number of Indian military analysts, a number of Indian political geostrategic analysts started doing the round saying, oh my God, America has shown its power. It is simply too powerful. No country in the world or combination of countries can stand up against it. Says who? The power is yet to be tested against peer group military competitors like Russia and China, right? North Korea is a nuclear power. And if you're thinking of doing a regime change a la Venezuela in India, well, India is a nuclear power. You might as well think again. And all this talk of we are so technologically superior, we totally did suppress the SEAD, carried out SEAD of the S-300 surface-to-air missile. Even India had done that in Operation Sindoor. The Chinese S-300s were totally, they were bombed out, they were jammed, and they were destroyed. We had destroyed their radar cover. Even we had gotten through. So it's not such a big deal that S-300s have been suppressed. It's not such a big deal. And yes, you can always buy some people for all the time. And they were trying to buy Maduro's pilot so that he could whisk him out in 2025 to the United States for this kind of a drama. It didn't work. Then now they have tried this snatch and grab. And now Donald Trump is saying that the next person on the list is vice president. Well, how many people will you smash and grab like this? And by holding individuals, can you bring a country to its knees without putting boots on the ground? Simple military logic doesn't suggest that that is feasible. You'll have to put boots on the ground. You'll have to occupy pieces of terrain, at least the key pieces of terrain. And if you don't occupy the whole country, then you have to be prepared for hit and run guerrilla raids from places which you haven't occupied. The entire oil industry can be frozen. The Venezuelan trade unions can play merry hell into whether Chevron or Exxon Mobil or whosoever, if they try and run their wells. If the local people don't want it, if there is national resistance, if there is national pride is invoked, and the Venezuelans rally around the flag as people are wont to when they see their country is under attack. No highfalutin principles have worked here. Even the opposition hasn't endorsed the attack. The only person who was showing her big teeth was that lady who's just been handed a Nobel Peace Prize. And even Donald Trump said that she didn't have the the faith of the people or the heft of the people to be made the acting president. So there is a lot of slip between the cup and the lip. It's one thing to do a victory war dance, but it can be sad if you do it prematurely. You have to work out your You have to work out your end states, your exit strategy, and the time horizons, the force committal, and your overall strategy. It is surprising that doesn't seem to have been done. And we now seem to be going ad lib. Jai Bharat, Jai Hind.
December 7th, 2026, and the U.S. military has officially seized the Russian-flagged oil tanker that is now in the North Atlantic after they have spent weeks chasing it out of the Caribbean. This is part of the Trump administration's overall war against Venezuela, where they basically act as though they can target any ship that they want anywhere, as long as they can claim that it has some sort of ties to Venezuela, or maybe it carried Venezuelan oil that the US sanctioned at some point. It's as if just when you think that the US can't escalate tensions further after it just bombed a sovereign nation and kidnapped its elected leader and then declared that it was going to run the country, the Trump administration still seems to find a way. So where does that leave us, and what should we be concerned about? Well, we got into all of the latest and more with a special guest earlier, so let's take a listen to that conversation now. Joining me now to discuss is retired U.S. Army Colonel Douglas Macgregor, a defense and foreign policy analyst and former Pentagon advisor. Colonel Macgregor, thanks so much for taking the time to join me.
Sure, thank you.
Great to have you on the show again. Now, I want to get your take on the latest here, as we have breaking news in this morning that the U.S. military has seized a Russian-flagged oil tanker in the North Atlantic after pursuing it all the way from the Caribbean Sea, claiming that it was carrying Venezuelan oil that has been sanctioned by the U.S. Will you start by giving me your reaction to this seizure and the fact that the U.S. military is being used as literal pirates in the Caribbean?
Well, first of all, I'm not sure they're going to find much on the tanker. The latest reports I've heard is that the tanker was empty. So, I don't know what they plan to do at that point. This was part of the so-called shadow fleet, which has been a thorn in the side of the neocons and others in Washington who want to enforce the sanctions against Russia. So I suppose this is a continuation of the Biden administration's approach to things with Russia. What are the consequences for us and the Russians at this point? I think this is potentially one of the last nails in the coffin of any sort of resumption of good relations with Russia. I think instead, President Trump, who from time to time has conveyed the impression, at least, that he wanted a normalization of relations with Moscow, has now turned in a very different direction. And all of his efforts with Witkoff and Kushner and others have failed miserably. I don't know what they expect to get out of anything by seizing this particular vessel. The Russians are not fools. They're not going to go to war over one empty tanker. There's no question about that. But the fact that we chose to ignore its flag, it actually violated international law, because any vessel in the open ocean that is flying a flag of another nation and is legitimately registered with that nation, which is the case with the Marinara, has to be treated as a legitimate entity, not as a potential military target. So I don't think this helps us. I don't think it improves the situation for us with Russia. We seem to have lost all interest in coming to some sort of resolution of the Ukraine conflict. And now we're focused myopically on Venezuela. This is part of that. And the opportunity here to tweak the nose of the Kremlin, I guess, was too appealing to dummies in Washington to ignore.
Yeah, it really does seem that way. You look at the Trump administration and you're going, okay, what is the goal here? And I know that this week, all Trump is seeing is Venezuelan oil, right? He gets on Truth Social on Tuesday and he declares that the quote, interim authorities in Venezuela will be turning over between 30 and 50 million barrels of high quality sanctioned oil to the US. So I'm curious, how do you view this decision by the Trump administration because they not only have bombed the sovereign nation of Venezuela, they've kidnapped its elected leader, but they now are claiming that we run the country. And according to U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright, they plan to control the sale of Venezuelan oil indefinitely.
Well, we'll see how that works out. I'm not sure they're going to be competing with anyone else. I don't think the Russians or the Chinese or anyone else is going to challenge us in the Southern Caribbean. So I think most of the damage to us from this behavior will have an effect inside Latin America. Everyone in Latin America is watching what's happening and has reached the worst possible conclusions about us. Many people who otherwise might be sympathetic to us because of our opposition to the drug cartels and the human trafficking are now, I think, largely opposed to us in anything we want to do. It's not just Venezuela. Now, having said that, the best estimates are that it will be several years before we see 3 million barrels a day. 3 million barrels a day haven't been pumped out of Venezuela for decades. That's number one. Number two, that we're going to have to compensate the oil corporations if we can persuade them to go in. And right now they're dragging their feet. But if we can get them to go in, then we're going to have to pay them handsomely for doing it because they see this as super high risk. The people in the oil business look at this and say, well, there are a lot better places to go at this point. This is a troublesome client. We've poisoned the waters against ourselves. Actions have not endeared us to the Venezuelan people. How do we know that this is going to be a secure place from which we can extract oil? Remember that there are also gold mines, iron ore mines, emerald mines, rare earths, bauxite, copper, a lot of different things. We want to get our hands on all of those things as well, but much of that is in the interior. The interior of Venezuela looks like the highlands of Vietnam, triple canopy jungle. It's enormous inside, and the transportation infrastructure is not very well developed. Most of the Spanish and Portuguese colonies, when they established them, they built along the rivers, and what roads they built ran to the coast from the interior. Well, there are very few of those, but that's about it. In other words, there's no developed transportation infrastructure across Venezuela. Then you have the probability of some resistance. An awful lot of weapons have been distributed inside Venezuela to all of Maduro's supporters. I think if we were to go in there militarily, it would end up being one giant ambush. So what if you can't change Venezuela? And I don't think you can. I mean, it's interesting that people are now talking about sending in a team to help govern the place. I mean, I find it laughable. We went through this in Iraq. See just how much we successfully changed. Perhaps the most important thing we changed in Iraq was to transform it from being an essentially secular Arab state into, once again, an Islamic state. In fact, we even enshrined Islam as the state religion in the Constitution. And it was not the case when we went in. So what kinds of damage can we do in Venezuela? It's anybody's guess. We were in Cuba before 1939 3 times. In other words, the military intervened there 3 times. We supervised elections. We ultimately wrote the Cuban Constitution. What's Cuba look like? So I'm one of these people that would say, if I were advising the president, I would say, Mr. President, let's work with this existing government if we can. Now, a lot of people are going to say you can't do that because they're criminals. They're part of the very thing that we removed Maduro for. Okay. The probability of systematically eliminating everyone in the infrastructure of the government that was part of the scam, the graft, the grift, whatever you want to call it, is low. And if you do, who's going to run it? Are you going to bring in people from the United States? I'm not sure that's going to be well received. So we have this team that is set up that includes people like Stephen Miller and ostensibly Secretary Rubio. Secretary Rubio knows something about Iberian Catholic culture in Latin America, and I would think that he could sit down and talk to the president about the perils of going in to try and fundamentally change the place. And if he does that, then the president may say, well, let's see what we can do to work with these people. is that going to be more fruitful? I don't know. It could be in the short run. In the long run, I think all of these countries always revert to what I call a cultural mean. In other words, if you want to look at what's the future of say, Colombia, well, look at Venezuela, look at Peru. And that tells you a little bit about where Colombia may be down the line. In other words, if you want to understand Iraq, look at Iran, look at Turkey, look at Saudi Arabia. That'll tell you a little bit about where Iraq is going to go. But don't look at Iraq and say in 10 years it'll look like Sweden. That's absurd. It never will. So let's not say that if we go into Venezuela, in 10 years it'll look like Southern California. I don't think so. So if we're sober-minded and we look at these things objectively, the best that we can hope for is something akin to what is now, I think, being seriously discussed behind closed doors, which is let's work with this existing government, see how it goes. Now, if it doesn't go well, I predict that in 2, 3, or 4 weeks, they'll stop talking about it. I mean, literally, they will.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll change the subject. And that'll be easy to do because I suspect by then we'll be at war with Iran. We don't know what else may happen. The situation in Ukraine will change. I think the Russians will cross the Dnieper River. They'll seize Odessa. They're certainly going to take Kharkov. They may go into Kiev. They may not have any choice in terms of finally rooting it out and getting rid of it. All of these things are going to be far more important to us strategically, I suppose, than what's going on. In the meantime, his domestic policy positions, many of which I support, I believe in election integrity. I believe that every American citizen should prove his citizenship when he goes to vote. He should show the government ID. I am a citizen. I should vote. I'm 100% for that. He's talking about that. Well, if that's going to happen, that has to be enforced. That has to go through a legislative process. We need new legislation because the Constitution historically says elections are a local state problem. Now, the reason for that was that at the time the Constitution was written, we had no federal government. We had no taxes. We had no money. But the people with money, the people that collected taxes, were the 13 colonies. So we said, we can't do it, so it's up to you to do it. Now, that was okay in 1787. Hasn't worked very well in the 20th century. It's been a disaster over the last 40 or 50 years because of all the corruption and irregularities and problems at the local level. I wish he'd focus on that, fix those things. Those are very important. But all of that is not being ignored, but it's in third or fourth place when you start to focus on a place like Venezuela.
Yeah, and I'm with you. I'm surprised that he's not spending more time talking about domestic policy and what he's doing or what he plans to do there. The last thing I wanted to bring up about Venezuela, because I thought it was interesting, right? You've seen this massive push for the overthrow of Maduro. And we all can look at it and go, yeah, Marco Rubio is the Secretary of State, right? That's something he supports. Trump tried to achieve it during his first term. That's going to be something he supports. But as far as people that stand to make a lot of money, I know that some eyes right now are looking at billionaire Paul Singer. He is, of course, a top donor to AIPAC, Trump, Rubio. Oh, and his firm, Elliott Investment Management, purchased Citgo back in November in a bit of a shady deal forced by a Delaware court for just under $6 billion. Now, reports are saying that Paul Singer was then starting to really push for the overthrow of Maduro. How do you see it there when it comes to all of kind of the inner workings of how this was pushed forward? Do you think that Paul Singer was a big part of it, or do you think he was just kind of right place at the right time and knew how to profit from something that the Trump administration was trying to make happen?
Well, no one is better than Paul Singer at detecting failure and problems and moving in and profiting from it. That's why he is termed a vulture capitalist. And there are lots of them out there. He's by no means a lone ranger. I think he is one of several billionaire donors who has enormous influence over what we do or don't do. Now, does he influence every policy decision? No. But these are the people that helped elect Donald Trump and his team to office. And so it is not surprising that the president and his team turned to BlackRock. Larry Fink, I guess, is out now. He's leaving BlackRock. He's at the WEF. I don't know who's running BlackRock, but BlackRock was with Kushner and Witkoff involved in Ukraine. And this goes back to Zelensky early on. And you'll remember there was a wonderful example of this. It was a Zoom session or a SteamYard session with Bankman-Fried, who is now thankfully in jail, Zelensky, and then Fink on the other end, all talking about these grandiose plans for Ukraine that were designed, whether or not they were going to do any good for Ukraine is open to debate, but they were certainly designed to make those people very rich. We think that Zelensky's got $1 billion in his various bank accounts and so forth. So I think we're dealing with one huge exercise in, sadly, what people are calling legalized grift, legalized bribery. And I think President Trump looks on this and is accustomed to this from his experience in New York City in the real estate game. New York is a place where a lot of things happen that probably can't happen other places. And I think President Trump has decided that these kinds of things can happen in the world when others in the past have said no. I think, it's one of these things. Is it really illegal for his family, involving Kushner and Witkoff and other friends of his, to profit on the side as foreign policy experts, or at least representatives of the president in foreign policy? I don't know. I rather think it should be illegal if it's not. But if it's not, it certainly paints a very grim picture of the United States. I was talking to a friend about this, and he related to me something I'd forgotten about. That when we bought the Louisiana territory, the famous Louisiana Purchase, we sent representatives over to negotiate and then ultimately to pay Napoleon for the purchase. And these people were all very fluent in French, and Napoleon was very impressed with the American representatives. And Napoleon was a very charming man anyway. He walked them out to the carriage from Fontainebleau, from which they would be then sent to the harbor and go back to the United States on ship. And as they began to get into the carriage, he reached in his pocket, he started passing out solid gold francs. He said, "Well, I want you to have this. This is my personal gratitude for your wonderful work, please." And they stood there and they said, "But Your Majesty, we can't take any of this." He said, "You can't take it? Of course you can. This is what we do here. Everybody does this." And they said, "No, we can't do that. We can't take it, Your Majesty. We represent the Republic. We have strict rules. And what you're effectively doing, and we appreciate it very much, we appreciate the gift, but it will be seen in a very negative light in Washington. It will be viewed as bribery." And so Bonaparte shrugged his shoulders and said, "I've never seen this before. This is a new one." Stuck the francs back in his pocket. Well, we certainly have strayed very, very far from those days. And this administration is probably in the lead among those that have engaged in this kind of behavior. Not that we haven't seen it before. Well, we can go back to LBJ during the Vietnam War, when his wife was a principal stockholder in Bell Helicopter. And suddenly Bell Helicopter received all the contracts for most of the helicopter purchases by the U.S. Army and Marines. We've been down this road before. We've seen this kind of thing. This is probably the worst, though. And it's interesting because it all happens at a point in time when the old order is disintegrating. NATO is disintegrating. Ukraine is destroyed. If you're going to have a meeting about Ukraine, it's like going to a funeral. And the body is laid out on the table here. And people are saying, "Well, what do we do?" Well, you take the leg. I'll take the arm. I really want the following body parts. That's about where we are with Ukraine. The EU is dying. It's falling apart. You've already got member states who said, "The hell with the EU." Everybody in Europe hates the EU that I've talked to. The average European on the street wants nothing to do with it. The point is that this is where we are. And I see these sharks sort of circling and moving in for the kill to profit as much as possible. And unfortunately, this all happens with, I'm sure, the knowledge and understanding of President Trump. I think it's a mistake. I don't think it's right. I think it's wrong. But that's where we are.
Yeah, it's incredibly concerning to watch. And exactly as you're noting there, anytime that I see Jared Kushner start showing up and now he's hand in hand with Steve Witkoff, and I'm going, okay, this doesn't look right here. And even this week, I know it hasn't gotten as much coverage as it probably normally would have if you didn't have all of the news around Venezuela. But you had this meeting of the so called coalition of the willing. And it's just ridiculous. Every day we get new headlines of, oh, the UK and France have agreed to deploy such and such number of soldiers. And it's like, yeah, they would be sending them there to die, right? This is not a good situation all around. And yet, the Trump administration, the same one where Trump campaigned so hard on ending this war, now we find ourselves in a position where it feels like they're just looking at Ukraine going, okay, what peace can we get here, right? With no actual plan on how do we end this war? How do we, stop the killing, which is what Trump claims that he wants to do. How do you see the situation in Ukraine and kind of the current U.S. approach to it?
I think that we've largely abdicated our responsibility as the leaders of NATO. That's been my feeling from the beginning. Now, I've always been a critic of NATO as something that I think should have gone away in the 90s. That once the Soviet state system collapsed, we should have then said, well, there's no real requirement for or rationale for NATO. And we should have turned to the Europeans and said, well, we're going to back down from this. We're not going to be the lead anymore. We want a European officer to be the 4-star in command. We want Europeans to take the lead. We'll continue to back you and support you, but the world has changed. Well, the problem with that is that nobody wanted the world to change. The Europeans were comfortable being taken care of by us, like children in a sort of, what's the right word, kindergarten or something.
Right.
And the Americans, everything is mortgaged to vanity. We wanted to be the big honcho. We enjoy being in charge and being in command. It flatters us. And so the motto at the time was, you're either out of area. In other words, you drag the Europeans into other places you want to go. You drag them into the Balkans. You drag them into Iraq. You drag them into Afghanistan, into Libya, whatever. Or they go out of business. NATO goes out of business. And I remember, because I was very close to a number of European officers, many of whom were Germans, they had absolutely no interest whatsoever in being dragged into these conflicts overseas. There was no history of German involvement in those, and the Germans thought that we should be grateful that the war was over and focus on what was happening in Europe. Well, that didn't happen. And later on, now I have French contacts who just sort of respond with, comments along the lines of, someone's lost their mind in Paris because we have no one to send to Ukraine. And if they tell us to send someone, we can send maybe 5,000, 10,000 troops. How do we sustain them? And how long will they last in any kind of fight with the Russians? And the answer is obviously not very long. So they think it's ridiculous. I'm sure there are British people that feel the same way, British officers, but at the top, the leadership is politicized, much as we have politicized our senior military leadership. That's also happened. And that's been true for some time. And so no one is going to stand up and say, this is a very dumb idea. And I don't think we should consider it. And if you push me, well, I'll have to retire and you can find someone else. Now, we did have that happen in Southcom, but I don't know the details behind it. I don't know the background on it, and whether or not the man left because he was objecting to the course of action that was being developed at the time. But my point is, everything is literally disintegrating. We can't put it back together again, and no one is looking at what we can do in the future. They're only focused on how do we profit from the disintegration in the best ways possible. And I think that's Washington. Washington is all about money. I hate to be blunt, but unless you're going to show up and you have lots of money, not very many people are going to pay a great deal of attention to you. The notion that there is some sort of altruistic purpose behind what happens in Washington is absurd. I think Americans are figuring it out. It's just worse now than I think I've ever seen it. It's always been there, but it's worse now. I mean, I used to go in and talk to people about the armed forces and things that needed to be done. And what they were really interested in, bases. How many bases? And if you told them, well, we have too many senior officers, it's ridiculous, we look like a banana republic. They said, yeah, but that 4-star headquarters brings a lot of money into my district. It brings money into my state. It allows me to meddle. And the corporate sector loves that because they can go to that 4-star. And if he doesn't want to do something, they've got another 40 to deal with that they can go to sell their wares. Whole thing's out of control. So Washington itself is in a state of permanent institutional obsolescence.
Oh, absolutely. I'm right there with you as I'm watching this and going, okay, you guys you're looking for ways to profit off of it. You're also looking for ways to kind of see how much you can meddle into the multipolar world, right? You've got reports saying that one of the many demands, because of course, while the Trump administration is trying to work with the remains of the government in Venezuela, Trump has a long list of demands, and they're saying that one of them is that Venezuela has to cut off its oil trade with, say, Russia, China, and Iran. And as I'm looking at all of this, I know we've been waiting and watching for months to see when the next attack against Iran is going to come. And then Netanyahu goes to Mar-a-Lago and he's there for several days and he's celebrating New Year's with President Trump. And I'm looking at that and I'm going, that does not look good. So where do your concerns stand for really the next phase of the war with Iran and how soon the US and Israel could try to pursue that?
Military assets, including ammunition and rockets and missiles and these kinds of things, as well as naval vessels and all, are moving in that direction. I think we're going to see Israel renew its war, so to say, against Iran. You also have this sort of misleading notion that Iran is ripe to fall like a rotten fruit into everybody's lap, that somehow or another millions of people in Iran are going to rush into the streets and cheer the arrival of all these bombs from the United States and Israel because it's Liberation Day. You know, we're getting rid of all the people we don't like. We're going to live in a new world. So that's not true. What we've been seeing in Iran is evidence for disputes between conservatives and reformers, which is a good thing. And the reformers are having an enormous impact. We've seen that. It's going to continue. But that doesn't mean that everyone there is prepared to embrace Israel and the United States. These people are, in a national sense, more tightly organized and more cohesive than I think they've been in their history, at least 20, 30 years. So I think the Iranians know that they're on the target list, and I think they'll be prepared. We'll see what happens. My greatest concern has always been that in a state of frustration or fear, Israel turns to the use of a nuclear weapon. That would be catastrophic. And that's one of the reasons that we continue to keep our hands in it. I know that. And yes, we are unconditionally supportive of whatever the Israelis want to do. No one talks about the ceasefire that was brokered, this great golden era that was inaugurated by President Trump with the ceasefire in Gaza, because it's meaningless. People are killed there on a routine basis. And frankly, the media doesn't report it. Very little gets out about it. Nobody cares. And if you raise any objections to it, well, then you're branded an anti-Semite. But being continually called an anti-Semite is beginning to have less and less effect. At some point, you get tired of it. The people that are being accused of it are tired of it. And it no longer has the impact that it once did. And when you ask, well, what's the definition of an anti-Semite? Well, it's whatever the Jewish community or the Israeli community decides to say. And then you try to pass laws to enforce that sort of thing. That makes matters worse. It doesn't help things at all. So all of these things are bound up together. It's all going to come apart at the seams at some point. We haven't talked about the financial system. I don't think we need to. You've got Ray Dalio out there, Warren Buffett. You know, they'll talk to you about it. Nassim Taleb. Where are we headed? Everybody says the same thing, Armageddon. Then the next question is, when does it happen? And everybody says, well, it could be next week, could be tomorrow. It's coming. Well, that too deserves attention. I suspect that's going to intrude quite a bit and change people's plans and expectations.
Yeah, especially when you look at the fact that so many of these conflicts that the US is pursuing could end in nuclear warfare, right? Whether it's the US versus Russia or it's Israel getting hit a little bit too hard by Iran and deciding to turn to the nuclear option, it just keeps escalating. The last thing I wanted to bring up, because I know that we are still at the beginning of 2026, and when Trump was asked what his New Year's resolution was, he said it was peace on earth. And then he turns around and he bombs Venezuela. So when it comes to kind of overall US foreign policy in 2026, what are you keeping an eye on and what do you think that the US is prepared for?
I don't think that the United States today is prepared for a major war with either Russia or China, let alone both. So let's be clear about that. I read yesterday about intentions to produce somewhere between 600 and 2,000 Patriot missiles and new contracts arriving with Lockheed Martin and presumably Raytheon. This would also include all the things that go into supporting those missiles, including radars and technicians and so forth. Even if all that comes true and happens quickly, which is unlikely, that's a drop in the bucket. Because when you go into a war like the one that we saw the last time between Iran and Israel, the Israelis are compelled to fire 2 to 3 missiles at every one incoming missile. In other words, 2 to 3 air defense missiles against one incoming theater ballistic missile or cruise missile or hypersonic missile. And of course, we already know we can't shoot the hypersonic missiles down. That's simply not possible given the speeds. So what does that mean for the future? It means that we really need to avoid wars that involve opponents who can produce in quantity these kinds of missiles because we can't compete. And remember, China now has the largest manufacturing base in the world. China, in many ways, is where we were in 1943, 44, and 45 during World War II. We went from, I would say, 40 miles per hour to 150 in the space of a few hours, if you want an analogy. And that huge explosion in manufacturing capability came about for many reasons. But the point is, when the war ended, we were able to turn that around and make the manufacturing base as effective in the commercial sector as it had been in the military sector. And we've lived on that manufacturing base into the 80s when we began exporting it. So today we manufacture almost nothing. And most of what we do manufacture is military equipment. Now, China is in a very different position. As I said, they're where we were. They're really exploding globally. They probably account for 50% of world gross domestic product. They're keeping the world afloat, if you will. Things would be much worse for us if it were not for China. So I don't know if the Chinese will continue to play with us, play ball with us, so to say. At some point, they say, shed the debt, dump the treasuries, the hell with it. And what does that do to us? What our supply chain access is already diminished because supply chains have oriented away from us and towards China. China is dominating supply chains. Put all of these things together, and I think the outlook is potentially grim. You would think under those circumstances, someone in Washington would want to chart a different course, especially given president's very ambitious domestic agenda, which I support. So I don't know what to make of it except to say that it can't work. Just as LBJ's Great Society and the Vietnam War, between the two of them, we were bankrupt. That's why we went off the gold standard. One would think that should inform thinking in Washington, but it doesn't seem to.
Yeah, it really doesn't. And you look at them and you go, okay, what is your plan here, right? How are you going to get from point A to point B? And it'll certainly be interesting to see how things unfold, both in the foreign policy sector and here at home. And I always appreciate you taking the time to join me to break down all of the latest
wonderful line, high on crack, toting a machine gun, comes, of course, from Prince, the Prince of Peace, whom I knew and who played his song against the Iraq War, which I will never forget, directly, personally, to me in a London hotel room. Prince was right, high on crack, toting a machine gun spells disaster. But that's what the United States is currently on. They're on crack, the crack of their own hubris, all the Rambos, seals, penguins, dolphins, all the paraphernalia of United States military worship are all over the internet and all over the head of the people in Washington, D.C. Donald Trump's even traveling with not just Jeffrey Epstein's next door neighbor, what could possibly be wrong with that, but Lindsey Graham, who has effectively become the number 2 man in foreign policy decisions in the United States of America. They're there with the media egging them on. They are, well, aroused. They are hard, erect at the possibility of whom they're going to attack next. Sometimes it's their NATO and EU ally, Denmark, which would deserve it, right enough, having been the first country to recognize the illegal severance of the Serbian territory of Kosovo. 10 years ago, 20 years ago, they were the first people, first cab off the rank to recognize the completely illegal breaking up of somebody else's country. Well, karma has a way of coming back to you, doesn't it? That's why it's called karma. The Danish are now in a state of weak need palsy, a palsy which is, of course, informed by the fact that if Donald Trump decides to land his Marines on Greenland, the European Union, NATO, and of course Denmark will do jack shit about it. It's a truism that if you have voluntarily gotten onto your knees, if you have voluntarily made yourself supine, then the master will do what he pleases with you. And that's the situation, that's the contradiction that the European members of NATO are now in. They wreck their own economies for the United States. President Joe Biden, they wrecked their own societies at the demands of the globalized capitalist system. They have destroyed the morale of their own people, such that the possibility of European citizens joining up for an army that is dedicated to fight Russia are now close to zero. We launched Sign the Pledge, a no conscription pledge in Britain, and we can't keep up with the number of people who are signing it. My own son was the first one. He's going to fight for the Viet Cong instead. Nobody's going to fight for Keir Starmer. Nobody's going to fight for Merz. Nobody is going to fight for Macron, especially as on this very weekend, Keir Starmer reached the record historic low of 11% approval in the public opinion poll. So a guy with 11% of public support is sailing the United Kingdom into existential danger, a danger made more severe by Britain's collaboration, complicity, not just in sundry war crimes in territory, in Ukraine, inside Russia, but from British bases in the last few hours on the North Atlantic coast. The idea that Britain and the United States of America could launch a military action against a Russian tanker lawfully present in the North Atlantic, lawfully carrying Venezuelan crude, which it is legally, perfectly entitled to do, the fact that Britain and the United States, deliberately because they threw the air assets into England in order to use England as the launch pad for this attack on the Russian tanker Marinera, having tried and failed to board it in the Caribbean. Just in the last hours, they have gotten it in the North Atlantic. But that is only the end of the beginning, because the extraterritoriality of the United States demand that they police any and all tankers. Might work if it's a Liberian tanker, it might work if it's a Danish tanker, but it sure won't work if it is a Russian and Chinese tanker. And now 14 Russian and Chinese tankers are either on their way to or in Venezuelan ports, as they are perfectly entitled to do. It is an astonishing thing for me that so many people imagine that the United States has the right to lawfully sanction people. It doesn't. It can sanction its own companies, its own citizens. It can forbid its own companies and its own citizens from trading with a third party, but it has no right whatsoever to try and extend their sanctions to other countries, especially when they're permanent members of the Security Council of the United Nations and when they are nuclear-armed superpowers. In fact, it's a sign of madness, and madness is abroad. I have never seen an outflow of, as I said, drunken hubris, of chest beating, of Tarzan behavior exhibited all over the mass media, including now social media, given that Zuckerberg and Musk and all the others are fully on board, having been themselves terrorized by Donald Trump. I have never seen anything like it. It's like the victory of the Taliban just a couple of years ago never happened. That's right. If you've forgotten that, it's like the United States stealing like a thief in the night out of Bagram with the sandal-wearing, Kalashnikov-bearing Taliban ragged-arsed fighters in close pursuit. It's like the defeat after 20 years of occupation in Afghanistan never happened. They are drunk on what they perceive to be the highly successful military raid in Caracas, to which I turn in just a minute. And as for the epic victory of the Vietnamese people, well, of course, that's ancient history for them. But it isn't, you know. There are many people watching this show who remember the Vietnam era only too well. There are even people watching this show who had to risk dying face down in a paddy field in Southeast Asia in order to fulfill the demands of the United States governments of Lyndon B. Johnson, followed by Richard M. Nixon. There are people watching this show now who remember the horrors of a war that cost the United States 58,000 dead service personnel, hundreds of thousands of wounded, maimed, and damaged survivors. And of course, they remember the post-Vietnam era, where more Vietnam vets committed suicide even than were killed in the action itself. But they've forgotten all about that. The fact that they were able to kill 100 people in Caracas, apparently, according to them, without reply. They killed 34 Cuban special forces, including 5 Cuban generals, without sustaining a single casualty. I'm already on record as saying that is literally an impossibility. I know the Cuban armed forces. I know the top brass of the Cuban military. There isn't any way they're going down dead without firing a meaningful shot in reply. But that's what Trump has claimed. So either Trump is lying about the casualty rate of the United States forces that attacked Caracas, or these Cubans and the other Venezuelan military personnel who were killed were not killed by the SEALs, by the special operations, by the Delta Force, as has been variously claimed. They were not. They can only have been in other circumstances, had their lives cold-bloodedly taken away from them. It's one or the other. Either Trump's lying about the casualties on the United States side, or all these people were murdered in cold blood by somebody. And Anya Parampil, a great expert on Venezuela, might be able to help us with that. She's our first guest this evening, an acclaimed author on the subject of Venezuela, of course. But back to the events, let's call them that. The events of, I don't know, 72 hours or so ago, when the United States captured, in their words, kidnapped, in mine, the legitimate, recognized president of Venezuela. This is an important set of words. The recognized, legitimate president of a sovereign state, one of the most important states in the global south, with the world's largest oil reserves, a man who gives speeches at the United Nations, a man who has state-to-state relations with 120 or 30 countries around the world. This was not some rogue leader that the United States kidnapped. And not only did they kidnap him, they kidnapped his 70-year-old wife, and they have severely injured her. They have broken her ribs. They have damaged her face and head, so that she appeared in a New York courtroom with bandages around her head and strapping around her ribs. And the first action of the legal team of Nicolas Maduro was to appeal to the judge for proper medical treatment for a 70-year-old woman who has been taken entirely illegally, without even the pretense of a legal basis for doing so. Mrs. Maduro ain't no narco-terrorist. Mrs. Maduro ain't holding any machine guns. Mrs. Maduro has committed no crime. So why is she injured in a New York penitentiary? These questions will be asked with increasing virulence and increasing regularity over the next few days. If I were their legal team, I would be moving a court action now for her immediate release on the basis that there's no evidence of any wrongdoing on her part, and that even if there was, the United States does not have the jurisdiction to attack with massive military force a capital in a foreign country and seize its head of state and its first lady. These are ABC principles which I'm finding it necessary to start teaching people about again. You see, we've grown so accustomed to the extraterritoriality, to the American exceptionalism of US imperialism, that even by default, even without knowing it, we begin to internalize a belief that they have the right to do this. And of course, they do not. Maduro's like a king. He's like a lion surrounded by hyenas. He is taller than everybody who is seizing him. He has more self-respect. He has more dignity, more bearing, more machismo than any of the pygmies that have seized him, including Donald Trump. Trump's rhetoric, you know, has become so unhinged that there must be somewhere in the United States government an increasing anxiety that this man has gone completely loco. He said last night that Maduro, and I'm quoting Donald Trump, had killed millions of people. He killed millions of people. It's just not in the indictment that the United States has prepared for him. What millions? Where? How? When did Maduro kill millions of people? He said that Maduro had a torture chamber in the center of Caracas. It's just not in the indictment. We've kidnapped him, but we're not going to charge him with killing millions of people. We're not going to charge him with having a torture chamber in the center of Caracas, which he then claimed
Those wrong
was
lines.
being closed down. He is pretending, maybe he's not pretending. Our guest tonight will shed light on that he is running Venezuela through the acting president, Kelsey Rodriguez, a long-time Chavista, a long-time assistant president, vice president, and comrade of Nicolas Maduro. Trump is deliberately seeking to convey the impression that the Venezuelans have agreed to stump up 30 to 50 million barrels of Venezuelan crude oil, give it to the United States, who will keep the money and use it to the best effect. I don't know if that's true. Don't know how it could be true. Don't know who could have made such a decision. But in closing down the torture chamber, the non-existent torture chamber that nobody's ever mentioned before, Trump is deliberately giving the impression that he is running Venezuela by Zoom, I guess. I mean, a Zoom call a day to the Miraflores, giving orders to the still extant Chavista Venezuelan regime. It doesn't sound likely to me, but definitely something funny is going on. That much is clear. And we'll try to get to the bottom of it. I have no idea how long I've been speaking. I don't have a clock, so I'm just going to keep speaking, because the situation now is that an international crisis has erupted in the North Sea. In the North Sea, off the coast of Great Britain. Keir Starmer, Mr. 11%, has been gagging for war with Russia. Well, he's just about to get it, and I hope the British people are ready for what comes next. If you think that Vladimir Putin is going to allow the pygmy Keir Starmer to steal a Russian oil tanker in the North Sea, you've got another thing coming. If you think the Russians are going to allow the camel to stick its nose under the tent as a prelude to being in the tent itself, you are a fool. You are drunk on the hubris abroad in Washington. It's the mother of all talk shows. I'll be right back with Anya Parampil. Stay tuned. She's the author of Corporate Coup, Venezuela and the End of U.S. Empire, which may, Anya, have been a somewhat optimistic title. Would you like to address that point first? Is the U.S. empire ended, or is it currently running Venezuela? Anya is back, so let's go to her in the United States. Anya, I was asking, what's really happened in Venezuela? Trump is talking as if he's running the show there. We are claiming that the Chavista government and state is still in power in Caracas. Which of us is right and which of us is wrong?
I think you're absolutely correct, George, that this is a hybrid regime change that did not actually result in the collapse of the Chavista regime or even the regime that existed under Maduro. It simply swapped out the face or the head of state. And let's go back to that question you asked me before my audio wasn't working. You had mentioned my book, Venezuela, or Corporate Coup, Venezuela and the End of U.S. Empire. And whether or not I was preemptive or optimistic in declaring an end to U.S. empire in relation to Venezuela. And what I would say is what I focus on in the book is explaining how the U.S. empire is centered and based upon the status of the dollar as the world reserve currency, and how that status and that the dollar's reign is based primarily on the petrodollar and the fact that oil producing states trade and sell their oil in the dollar. And that's how it's been since the 1970s. But what I explain in the book is how as a result of U.S. sanctions and U.S. financial warfare, many powerful countries, including oil producing and consuming states, have begun trading their oil in currencies other than the dollar. And Venezuela is among those countries because the U.S. made the choice to literally cut Venezuela off from a supply of dollars, thinking that that would force its economy to collapse. What that actually did was encourage Venezuela to begin selling its oil in currencies like the ruble, in gold-backed loans, in the yuan, and trading with countries like China, Iran, Turkey. India was coming in and buying a lot of the oil after the United States attempted to strangle Venezuela by refusing to buy its crude. And so this was when, at the time when I wrote the book, definitely that world and that alternative multipolar order was more on an upswing. And it looked more positive at that point when I was writing in 2020, 2021, or 2022 even. And since then, things have certainly changed. The war in Gaza has really laid bare the sheer force and ugliness of this empire that we live under, and maybe has illuminated some complications in how we have traditionally viewed this empire. It's not just the United States. There is a sense, even in the United States, that we are occupied at the moment, and that we are linked with this bizarre genocidal state on the other side of the planet that actually apparently even has an interest in Venezuela. You had the Prime Minister of Israel, Netanyahu, naming Venezuela and Iran as the top targets here. And there's some pattern of the countries that resist this empire and also finding themselves at odds with Israel. But as of today, no, I don't believe that Trump and Maduro and Rubio are calling the shots in Venezuela, but that there's still a situation on the ground there that it's hard to judge.
If that's right, and I hope you're right, the whole, I don't know, braggadocio, the whole swagger of the U.S. on the kidnapping of the president of Venezuela and his wife is somewhat overblown, because if they haven't actually changed the regime, if they are not actually able to install a puppet, Machado or someone else, in the Miraflores, then all they've got is now a potential problem on their hand of Maduro in a New York courtroom. And I don't know, maybe the feminists will wake up to the monstrosity that that Celia is also in a New York jail, battered and bruised and injured, because she's the wife of Maduro. Maduro in court, it seems to me, not that much of a prize, could be a poison chalice for Donald Trump.
Yeah, especially if they don't get a conviction, which is very possible. I recommend everybody look at Max Blumenthal, my husband's analysis of the indictment against Maduro. He notes that the crimes that are alleged to have taken place appear to have not even taken place in U.S. jurisdiction. They all happened in Mexico, and they happened before the United States declared the drug gangs in Venezuela to be narco terror groups. So they basically created a legal pretext since Trump came into office in order to go and retroactively name all these crimes that were alleged to have happened 10 years ago and make it as part of this narco conspiracy that the Venezuelan government is apparently waging against the United States. Is absurd. So Maduro will get his chance to defend himself. And yeah, it doesn't really, I don't know if the U.S. is prepared for that. But I think from people watching on the outside, there are still, from the American side, there's this sense that it was a raw, amazing operation because it was pretty easy. No American service members came back in a body bag after going into Venezuelan territory and kidnapping their president. And so I think that's given this sense of success among even parts of the Trump base that have for all these years been positioning themselves as anti-regime change war. Now they're even pivoting to try to say that this is a success because look, we went in, nobody died, the government's changed. And they probably believe Trump's narrative that we're just calling the shots in Venezuela now, but it's unclear. I mean, I'm sure that there is some incentive for the new government to play ball with the U.S. to a degree, but I don't understand from their perspective then what is going to prevent the United States from coming in and doing this all over again if Delcy doesn't give them what they want. It's a very tricky situation.
It seemed to me, I said this on Sunday, I say it again now, there is no way that what happened could have happened, but for treason in the camp. It's not possible that 34 Cuban special forces could be killed by the U.S. without reply, without even inflicting a single casualty on the U.S. The Cubans must have been betrayed somehow, somewhere. They cannot have been killed in kinetic firefight with the U.S. That ratio of 34-0 just doesn't compute. It's not possible that the air defenses Russian supplied over Caracas could not hit a low-flying Black Hawk helicopter. The Somali resistance in sandals with Kalashnikovs brought a Black Hawk down. In the 1990s, it's not possible that the air defenses of Caracas could not identify and bring down American Black Hawks circling over the capital unless treason was involved. What's your take on that?
I certainly had the same reaction you did, George, and I can just say that I had the same questions. I mean, I think that was a natural reaction for anybody who was sitting in our shoes and looking in from the outside. My sources in Venezuela are adamant that what happened is that they were completely overwhelmed and unmatched, that they couldn't match the technology that the U.S. brought in order to jam all of their communications and all of their signals, unable to communicate with each other, and that they decided not to escalate because they didn't want the situation to unravel or for more people to die in that confrontation. So that's what I've been told. I think that they're going to have to make their case more vocally, or that they'll have to have some sort of investigation and present some narrative about what happened, because certainly from the outside it's very puzzling.
Well, as Che Guevara said, I have seen the graves of those who did not fight because they were afraid of dying. To say that you're not going to shoot a Black Hawk for fear that 10 Black Hawks will appear or you don't want an escalation is not just an absurdity in logical terms. It flies in the face of all the rhetoric that we have participated in and listened to in Venezuela over many years, decades, in fact. The anti-imperialism bristling in Caracas just doesn't square with, well, we didn't open fire because we didn't want to escalate. Neither does the lack of communication. If I'm a man with a gun and I see a US Black Hawk above me, I'm firing at it, whether I'm in communication with anybody else or not. It's more than highly suspicious. We have to face the fact that something happened in Caracas, that Maduro was offered up as a sacrificial lamb, as were the Cuban fighters, who, just like in Grenada, by the way, were the only people who fought the Yankee invaders, the men who were digging the tarmac for the airport in Grenada when Ronald Reagan invaded. The only people killed there were Cuban fighters who did their duty until the last moment. Somebody betrayed them. Somebody betrayed Maduro. I wonder how Maduro is feeling about that in New York right now.
I would love to know. And I would say that we're in this unique dynamic where the U.S. has a total incentive to say that this is mission accomplished, this is done, Delcy is doing whatever we want. We had the CIA all over them and we infiltrated and it's over, because I think Trump wants to be able to move on from this and declare mission accomplished. Now, on the Venezuelan side, they have the incentive to say that that's not the case and that there's full unity behind Delcy and that this was somehow possible because the U.S. technologically overwhelmed us. And now, unfortunately, because that's the narrative, I think there are some in the United States that are going to look at that and say, well, then why shouldn't we go further? All these people who warned us that they would fight back were wrong. So why shouldn't we just go in and take the oil? And I think that's dangerous too, because basically what my sources in Venezuela say is, well, we dare them to put boots on the ground and then we'll see how this plays out. But if that's, the U.S. can wage kinetic warfare indefinitely. So you can't just bet on your only line of defense being boots on the ground, man-to-man combat. And that's pretty much the read on the situation that I'm getting. It's that Trump would like to move on from this. But at the end of the day, actions speak louder than words. Are they going to lift the sanctions and suddenly begin dealing with Delcy? And if that happens, will there be an upswing in the economy that she gets the benefit and it's kind of like what we're seeing in Syria now, where all the people who advocated for sanctions against that country for so long now are advocating that for them to be lifted so that the new government can experience the boon of participating in commercial life with the West once again. And I would say, George, don't you think that these two cases feel very similar, the Syrian Venezuelan case, in the sense that neither moment when either government fell was the most difficult or dangerous moment that either government faced in this long period of hybrid warfare? Things were stable in Syria, and then suddenly we find out that there's been a run on the country and Assad's gone. The situation in Venezuela with the economy and with the streets, with violence in the streets, was much more unstable in past years. And why suddenly the government just fell in one night, or at least Maduro was removed in one night, it feels as though I said on the Gray Zone, as if the empire or someone comes up and puts a card on the table. And somehow that is how the deal is done. It wasn't an actual product of a real military or financial threat. It just seemed so sudden to me.
Yes, the two issues are intimately linked. They're very close in chronology. Also, it's easy to forget how recently the Syrian government fell. And almost fell again this week. The self-appointed president, Ashara, was hit by gunfire in Damascus this week. He's not seriously wounded, but he might be the next time. So these are, of course, turbulent and tumultuous times. Let's move on, Anya, if you will. I'm asking in the poll tonight, who's next? And we've got plenty to choose from. But the one that concerns me in particular the most, because of my long association with it, is Cuba. I was watching the revolting, repugnant Lindsey Graham on the aircraft with Donald Trump. He was visibly aroused at the possibility that Cuba is now in trouble. Your comments on that?
Cuba has been hanging on for years, and Venezuela being in the position that it did helped Cuba a lot. I think it depends on whether or not this Venezuelan government is fully abandoning its place in the region or not. And I think it goes back to the question of, has there been regime change? If Chavismo is still in power in Venezuela, then I think they can still maintain assistance or relationship with Cuba. But I think Cuba, it's just a much more difficult situation, what people there face. And it would take probably less in some degrees to tip the scales there in favor of regime change. But at the same time, the Cubans are so disciplined and have been resisting for this long. I think that if anybody's going to hang on, it's them, because they've just, if they were going to fall before, if they hadn't fallen yet, it's hard to see how just one change of face in Caracas is going to make or break the Cuban regime. But I worry about Iran, because I think that's where the U.S. is going to turn up the heat and apply pressure in the coming weeks. I think that's clear. I think they're happy to watch Cuba just teeter and suffer, but they're going to go in with force, I think, and try something with the Iranians.
How's this all playing in Peoria, in New York, in Washington? How has it affected the standing of Trump and his current in U.S. politics? The midterms coming up in November, be with us before we know it. If Trump is defeated in November, he will be impeached, as he himself said this week. How does it all affect U.S. politics?
I think it depends on the immediate future of how things play out in Venezuela. Because if Delcy is to face a coup, if there's some sort of instability, if the country collapses, if there's war, if there's infighting, then this will be seen as another Iraq war style failure. And that could happen in the coming months, or it could happen years from now as the U.S. pushes and turns up the heat. And only then will people that are now currently viewing this operation as a success, only then will they say that they got it wrong. Because right now, I think if things stabilize, if they lift sanctions and the economy improves, then people might actually, from the and I'm not saying that this is the correct interpretation, but I'm saying that the American public might look at that as a job well done. They got the guy that they wanted out, and things are stable. All of the people that warned about there being some crazy Iraq-style crisis in our hemisphere were lying. And again, it's they might not understand that Chavismo didn't fall and that the regime is still in place. And I even saw one reporter, an anchor with CBS, complaining to Marco Rubio that they didn't go in there and grab everyone. I mean, that's how some Americans are criticizing this operation in the mainstream media. They said, why didn't you go get Diosdado Cabello? How come Delcy Rodriguez, the vice president under Maduro, is even allowed to take office? So if that gives you an idea of where things are, it's pretty depressing.
Mark. Yeah, I mean, we're a year. I think you're right. We're a year in to the Al Qaeda takeover of Syria. I absolutely refuse to refer to Giuliani and his gang as the government of Syria, right? If you want to call them the new Islamic State or Al Qaedistan or whatever, but I absolutely refuse to call them the Syrian government. Anyway,
puppets, NATO puppets. How about we go with something like that? U.S. and Israel puppet.
There has been tensions already. We saw the massacres carried out by his gangs on the Alawite coast, and there's lots of rumors lately that the Alawites, particular some of the Alawite, shall we say, oligarchs, have put together a large number of supposedly armed resistance forces. I've seen absolutely ridiculous numbers out there. I saw like 100. Al Jazeera was reporting 160,000 Alawites under arms. I'm like, where the hell were 168,000 Alawites under arms a year ago, when the Al Qaeda was marching through the country and taking over Damascus with 15,000. 15 to 20,000 jihadis, irregular jihadis. So I don't believe those particular stories, certainly not to that extent. But without a doubt, there has long been unrest along the Alawite coast. The Christians and the Shia in the that part of Syria have also long been under repression, pogrom, whatever you want to call it. In the south, the Druze, the ethnic minority there have been tensions with them as well. They have turned to Israel for protection. They're in South Syria, and there have been tensions in that area. But the new Al Qaeda regime in Syria is so they're willing to bend themselves so far over backwards to avoid even offending Israel in the slightest. There was this absolutely incredible video last week where the Turkish foreign minister was speaking in Damascus. And the Turks are essentially, or have been essentially, right, the masters of this Al Qaeda regime, right? More than anyone else, they're the ones who have backed everything that's happened here. Yes, the U.S. certainly played their role, the Brits, the Israelis, but ultimately, the Turks, have been the bastard parent of this Al Qaeda regime in Syria. But speaking at the podium in front of cameras, the Turkish foreign minister diverged onto the topic of Israel and the Palestinians and was speaking against Israel. And these good little I don't know, these good little Al Qaeda showing their loyalty to the US and Israel, they cut the mic on the Turkish foreign minister and they pulled him off the stage as soon as he started saying anything against Israel, because that's not going to happen in their capital. And the look of shock on his face when that happened was absolutely priceless. It was just like, oh my God, what have we done? What have we given birth to? It was incredible. So I think that I'm just going to file that one away in my memory hole, because I'm sure it's going to become relevant as this new Al Qaeda state is. They also declared a new, they're working out a strategic partnership between this Al Qaeda regime in Damascus and the United States and Israel. I mean, it's just absolutely crazy. On top of it all, al-Shara, as the new leader is called, previously known as al-Julani. The funny thing is that nom de guerre, that is jihadist nom de guerre, is a reference to him being essentially the guy from the Golan Heights. He's originally from the Golan Heights, and he is overseeing essentially the recognition of Israel, fully claiming the entirety of the Golan Heights and beyond, right, in South Syria there as part of Israel. So, wow, he even sold out his own little Golan motherland there. That's how willing how far he's willing to bow and scrape to the U.S. and Israel there. But the real tension that is breaking out now is breaking out a bit further to the east, around the Aleppo area, and there is now very heavy fighting, like real fighting, not little village scuffles between the Kurds, i.e., the Kurdish quote unquote SDF, the Syrian Defense Forces, i.e., the Kurds who have until now been backed by the United States. They're now, I guess, being thrown completely under the bus by the U.S. at this point, because there's absolutely, because the U.S. is happy with their new little Al-Qaeda regime in Damascus. They don't need the Kurds anymore. And there have been attempts for them to have the Kurds accepted into Syria under Al-Qaeda rule, having the Kurdish forces become part of the military and everything. That has gone nowhere, because the Kurds, I lost all proper respect for them along the way when they refused. They had never fought against the Syrian government of Assad in a significant way. They had fought their own against ISIS, against Al-Qaeda, right? And they had become the proper little proxies of the U.S. in East Syria. But they had never really fought the Syrian government in a serious way. But they had refused, once initially the Syrian government had taken back most of Syria, and we were looking at 2019 as the Russian, Iranian, Hezbollah backed Syrian government of Assad was looking like it had reclaimed most of the country. The Kurds refused, under support of their U.S. masters, to rejoin Syria at that point. And they're paying the price for that now, because they're being tossed under the bus, because the U.S. now expects them to rejoin Al-Qaeda Syria. And they still have no love for the Islamists and the jihadists, and vice versa. So now the price of all their quizzling, their dreams that they were going to get a Kurdish state, I guess, recognized by the United States, which, if they actually believe that, more the fools that this was never going to happen. So it's just a real mess in Syria at this point. And now, I don't see anything yet that threatens the power of U.S., Israeli, Turkish-backed Al-Qaeda in Damascus. But certainly there is a major breakout of fighting, which is, destabilizing. You have, certainly said as much, but I said at the time that Syria would remain fractured, right? And in a civil conflict, that Al-Qaeda taking over was not the end. That Syria would never be put all back together again, and we're seeing, I think, the corpse of Syria is still going through its death throes right now. I don't believe that Al Qaeda's, Al Jilani's Al Qaeda regime will ever get complete control of Syria, and certainly the Kurds have shown, previously that they're willing to fight for at least their little autonomy that they had there for the last several years as well. But all attempts, I guess, by the U.S. to stick them under Al Qaeda Syria have failed, and now they're being taken to task for their quisling nature, with regards to the U.S. That's the way I see it. How many times have we seen Kurds, whether in Iraq or in Syria or elsewhere in the Middle East, been thrown under the bus by the U.S.? I mean, the Kurds have never been one united people under different political groupings, the Iraqi Kurds, the Syrian Kurds, and everything. But man, they're being tossed under the bus again. And you think, you have to think that someone at once would say, is it really worth it to become a proxy of the U.S.? Because they always get tossed under the bus. Was it Henry Kissinger that said that something along the lines of, I'm paraphrasing here, Kissinger, that said that to become an enemy of the United States is dangerous, but to become a friend of the United States is lethal?
Yeah, it's or fatal or something. Exactly. The Kurds are always, and they'll never get it. They're like, we're fighting for our homeland. Yeah, well, you're siding with the wrong guys. They're always going to screw you. They're going to use you up, and you're going to get the shaft. And I don't know how many it happens over and over again. Maybe that's their fate. Maybe they've decided we'll just keep trusting the United States. One of these days, they're going to do something different. The West is going to. Well, at any rate, I knew this all along. It was like, because I'm a patient person. Beware the fury of a patient man, as they say. I'm patient. And when these things happen, there's usually a press conference of some kind, Trump or whoever it is. They come out and they say, we have victory is ours at hand, and we've got everything we want. And now we've got a democratic Al Qaeda member in charge, blah, 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 blah. And then I just say, talk to me in 6 months, talk to me a year, talk to me in 5 years. And you're going to say, yeah, it didn't really. That was a press conference. So now we've got a Venezuela press conference. Yes, we got Venezuela. Everything is ours. It's done. It's finished. It's through. Talk to me in 6 weeks. Talk to me in 6 months. Talk to me in a year. I suspect that what they're alleging is Venezuela. They got it, and it's easy, and it's gravy, and they're going to do whatever they want. They're going to take over the oil. I don't think that's going to happen, Mark. One of the things I want to throw at you, I had actually Jody Brower on the other day, and she said that she's aligned with this. These people. Well, where's Russia and China? How come they didn't come to aid of Venezuela? Number one, they're on the other side of the earth.
Yeah.
They are not built. Not everybody is an empire. Not everybody creates their military to project it on the other side of the earth. And might I add, if you look at the way the United States is spinning out of control, and it's broke, and we're spending all our money on that expense, they're probably wise not to do it. And as she brought up, she said, I would say to the Americans that are saying, where's Russia? What are you doing? It's your government. How come you're not in the streets? You're not doing everything, and you're screaming that Russia and China should come across the oceans from the other side of the planet and do it? It's just absurd, Mark. I mean, they'll do what they can. They've got the empire at their throat, knives to their throat that they've got to address. But the idea that Russia and China, because they're world powers, are supposed to project their power to our front door, back door, side door, whatever, and do everything is preposterous. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think sometimes, particularly in the alt media space, there are well-meaning people that have completely unrealistic expectations of Russian and Chinese military power, and their ability to resist the United States in their own backyard does not translate to the ability to power project and challenge the United States in its own self-declared hemisphere. It doesn't. Russia and China do not Their militaries are not designed at the moment, and we're decades away from them being able to power project that way. Yeah, China has a really large coastal navy, right? It does not yet have a proper blue water navy. It's a couple decades away from that still, right? They're birthing a navy that will be able to challenge the United States off of its own coast in the Pacific another 10, 20 years down the road. But I mean, they're that projecting and challenging the US there. And people also have unrealistic expectations. Oh, Russia will just transfer a few Oreshniks, right? You know, I'm like, how is that supposed to happen, right? Russia does not have the naval capability to defend Venezuela, you know, to maintain the logistics, to support troops and anything else, you know, in that area. It's not possible. We don't live in that reality. Yes, defy the United States next door in Russia's near abroad in a majority land conflict. Yes, even dominating. Yes, but that's not the same kind of thing. One thing I don't know why no one asked, where's Brazil?
Next door.
Brazil,
but they don't have the capacity to do it either.
No,
They're
they
worried
don't.
about themselves. They just can't do it. Yeah. At this point.
I mean, Brazil is not a military power, right?
Exactly.
But
Yeah.
they are still the largest and most populous country in South and Central America, right? The biggest economy and so forth. And Lula, I know he has had bad personal relations with Maduro. I know they don't get along, but still, they are both leftist leaders. Brazil is a member of BRICS Plus, right? There is constantly talk that if the Security Council was ever really expanded, that Brazil would be the one in, you know, the Hispanic American world, right? The Latin American world for simply, you know, because of their size and economic power to gain such a seat. You know, that there is a potential for Brazil somewhere down the road to become a great power. But while I did not expect them to stop or to challenge the US and Venezuela, one thing they could have done is politically rally the rest of South and Central America in defying US imperialism, at least rhetorically, at least politically, in their own hemisphere. Because what is done to Venezuela today could very well be done to, well, I mean, we already know that Colombia, Cuba, and Mexico are on the chopping block, but Brazil as well. We know that Trump is very unhappy that his bro Bolsonaro is in prison in Brazil now, and he's spoken. How many Truth Social posts have we seen about that affair? So yeah, I mean, if anyone I'm a little disappointed in all of this is the veritable. I mean, we heard some mild, what I would consider muttering under the breath from Brazil about this whole affair, because it didn't really amount to any more than that. With regards to Venezuela's future, near future, long-term future, I think you and I have different interpretations about what has just happened in Venezuela over the last couple of weeks. Certainly the Trump administration feels that they have the Venezuelan government under Rodriguez over a barrel. Their fleet isn't going anywhere. They are still interdicting any oil tankers that would seek to challenge their blockade. we saw them seize the recently Russian flagged Marinera off close to Scotland as it was attempting to flee to Murmansk, supposedly. But also another ship, the Sophia, was grabbed by U.S. pirates. The pirates of the Caribbean in the last 24 hours as well, and it's certainly not going to stop there. They're demanding that Venezuela oil is theirs. They're demanding essentially a tribute of 30 to 50 million barrels, I guess. Well, I don't know what this month, this year. I don't know what the time limit on that is. But the Wall Street Journal is telling us that at least in their own minds, the Trump regime believes that they have long-term plans for Venezuela's oil, which they obviously consider theirs. Now, part of the problem is the U.S. energy companies that are supposed to be salivating at the idea of taking over the largest proven oil reserves in the world, but they're not. At least, there's a lot of head scratching going on here, because the type of oil that at least the majority of Venezuela's tapped oil fields thus far is very heavy. It's very, it's a fairly difficult and dirty process to refine that heavy grade of crude. Now, most of the refineries in the south of the United States, having long done business there, are actually geared up for that. But to go in and to pump the oil out of the ground again in a big way, because languishing under U.S. sanctions for most of the last 2 decades, the oil industry in Venezuela is not under great shape, right? They have definitely had a decline in their ability to pump and export over the last couple of decades. And that's almost certainly 100% due to the U.S. sanctions stranglehold on the country. And now that's so more than ever with an actual physical presence. But they're already talking a capital investment of more than $10 billion being needed to really, if that would be required for them to go into Venezuela in a big way. And ExxonMobil, they're like, yeah, the situation in there is really kind of iffy, and if you want us to go in there, well, then I'm sorry, but the U.S. taxpayers are going to have to subsidize this capital investment for us there. So that's there is no, at the moment, corporate rush, right? The vultures are circling over the corpse of Venezuela, but they haven't alighted on it yet, and whether they do or not remains to be seen. Now, the U.S. seems perfectly happy dictating to the new Rodriguez administration in Venezuela from afar. There's no indication that they are ready or interested in any way at the moment to put large numbers of U.S. troops on the ground. Trump, for whatever else is mentally wrong with the man, and it appears that there is a lot, he at least seems to recognize that the potential danger of that. I myself at this point think it more likely that at some point we're going to see civil conflict in Venezuela, because there is going to be, shall we say, Maduro Chavismo loyalists that are going to start objecting to what is almost certainly likely to be the new Rodriguez administration, kowtowing to U.S. demands to one degree or another, if only because they don't have much ability to defy the United States, right? If they want to make oil money, what else are they going to do at this point? To say nothing of the threat of further military strikes or personal threats against Rodriguez or Lopez or you know, the defense minister or whoever else is there. But right, to my understanding of the situation there is Maduro was essentially handed over. He was betrayed. The only question is who completely was in on it. I know there's a lot of people out there saying that, oh, no, they were just caught completely off guard, and the U.S. Jamming stopped all the air defense, and that's why it didn't fire. That's just complete nonsense. U.S. electronic warfare jamming doesn't stop 5,000 heat-seeking Igla manpads from firing, right? And according to everything I've seen, there was exactly one that was fired. There was video of one, which, as far as I'm concerned, is only proof that that's the one guy that either didn't get or defied the obvious stand-down order. Venezuela has an air force. They have some at least 26, 27 combat-capable aircraft between some Su-30s and a handful of old F-16s. They weren't used at all. They weren't stopped by electronic warfare jamming. Venezuela has a small navy, right? It's certainly nothing that could have stood up against the United States, but you think they might have done something, right? As U.S. helicopters were flying over their capital city, they didn't do anything. And then Maduro's compound that was raided, I mean, do you know where that is in Caracas? It's at the center of the largest military base in Venezuela, right? They just, not only did they waltz in and grab Maduro, they grabbed him in the middle of the largest Venezuelan military base, a huge military compound. And how were they able to do that? Because the only people who apparently put up any real resistance were his Cuban personal security detail. And the very fact that Maduro felt he had to have a Cuban security detail for himself tells you that he didn't trust his own people. There's no other way to read that. So someone fed him, whether that was Rodriguez, as there have been a lot of intimations coming out of the Western mainstream media from the Telegraph and others. Now, we can poo-poo the Telegraph, which has been used to put out disinformation before, particularly on Iran. On the other hand, they have occasionally also put out some serious revelations that would, make us neglect. I personally do not believe that the stand-down order to the Venezuelan military could have come without at least the defense minister Lopez being in on it, whether Rodriguez was or not. I think there's enough evidence in my mind to put both of them in this. Now, the interior minister may not have been involved, and we keep hearing rumors of tensions between him and the former vice president, now acting president Rodriguez, and Lopez on if you want to say on one side, and the interior minister Cabello on the other. There were rumors online that there was actual gunfire and fighting a couple of days ago. And supposedly that was the interior minister beginning to move against the betrayers. But then that was silenced and everyone said, oh, no, it was just a drone that was seen. And suddenly all the air defense and people started firing at it. Like, where were you when there were U.S. helicopters flying not only low over Caracas, but right straight through the largest military base in Venezuela when they were coming to pick Maduro up. I find it all a little very, very blackly ironic.
Yeah, well, I put it like this. At this point, I'm waiting to see what's going to happen. The U.S. is claiming control of Venezuela.
That is almost certainly exaggerated.
Right. I don't think they have control of Venezuela, but we shall find out, in the coming weeks, because first they said nobody was hurt, no Americans were injured. Now it's up to 7. Some were shot and, according to them, hit by a shrapnel. So we'll see bit by bit. We will see what happens. But it's almost never, the first story is almost never completely true. So we're speculating, and we shall see. The big part of this, I would say to people that are watching, that is, and as Jody Barr said, you're asking for somebody to come up from across the world and saying, why didn't they come? You live in this country. What are you doing? How come you're not in the streets when you're facing the kind of madness that you're facing?
My personal speculation of this is for those who were in on it. And again, my speculation is that Rodriguez and Lopez, at a minimum, certainly were. That they probably were well-intentioned. They probably realized that they're in a situation that they don't have any outside help, and they can't possibly defeat that U.S. flotilla off of their own coast. And it's wanting to spare their country in invasion and guerrilla war, that sort of thing. People who have been trying to suggest that Venezuela could be the new Vietnam. Well, I mean, that's not necessarily a condition for the Venezuelan people that I would wish on anyone. But I believe that the CIA, who, as we've seen in Syria and Libya and Iraq and attempted in Iran and elsewhere, they're very, very good at this co-option game. This, this combination of bribery, threats, and blackmail, whatever is tailored to the individual person they're attempting to co-opt. But I'm pretty sure that it was probably put forward to them in this way. Look, all we want is Maduro, right? It's Trump, his ego, he needs a PR win, right? And that's all that Trump really wants. If you just give us Maduro, we'll go away and we won't bother you anymore. I have it's speculation. It's a gut feeling that was what was sold, right, to the people who were in on it from the inside in Venezuela. But quite obviously, they were fools if they ever believed that for a second. And now, in the aftermath of getting Maduro, now Trump is like, oh, and all of your oil is mine too, and we're not going anywhere. And you can start paying me tribute in barrels a day. I mean, that's if you don't agree to what we'll say, you'll never, export a single barrel of oil again. Now, there are a lot of buts, ifs, and whens here. Maintaining a giant U.S. flotilla off the coast of Venezuela in perpetuity seems to me to be pretty expensive from what I remember of my Navy days. That seems like a pretty expensive affair. How long can the U.S. keep that up? Well, if Trump gets his $1.5 trillion military budget, as he's now talking, maybe for quite a while, because that is what Trump is now, at least on social media, demanding, which would be, by my count, another 30%. On top of what, because the U.S. military budget is essentially $1 trillion now, and tack on another $500 billion on top of that to make it 1.5 trillion.
And another trillion. I had Dr. Jack Rasmussen on going over all the other things. The money that we give to other countries and for military, the intelligence, and he went through all of these other things. So it'd be about 2.5, 2 3/4 trillion for that, basically, in a nutshell. You are what they used to claim North Korea was. You know what I mean? A country where you've got this great big military and the people are basically starving. And we're kind of there already. We're kind of there already. Let me ask you this. So we got to get to Ukraine. Got to get to that. The latest we've heard from the coalition of the willing, right? Interesting, though, their people ain't willing.
You mean Britain and France?
Exactly, Britain and France. Exactly. Yes. So now they said, we're going to build military hubs and bases and again. And I'm like, my interpretation, Mark, is this. We can't do that because when they ask us how many troops we could actually put together, neither one of us could come up with 2,000, right? In the real world. So
maybe 15. Maybe 15, but at most, but certainly not the 64 they were originally claiming. Yeah.
But here's the thing. To me, it's more like this. And if you're at 11%, you ain't gonna get away with that. Your country will go up in smoke. If you've got 11% of support and you say, all right, we're sending troops to Ukraine, you that ain't gonna work. But here's my point. I interpret it as this. We know that the one thing the Russians will never accept is troops on the ground. So we'll just keep using that rhetoric to ensure that there's no possibility of anybody having a discussion, that it is the rhetoric that is important, not there's any intent behind it.
Yeah, I agree. I agree completely. Now, I do believe that down the road, they're going to feel increasing desperation to put troops on the ground anyway. Right. Remember, Russia is still largely in the Donbass, right? But when they start moving on Kharkov, Dnipropetrovsk, Kiev, Odessa, every big move of Russia past the Donbass, there's going to be increasing screaming and frantic pressure from the European war hawks to put troops on the ground as at least the human tripwire to try to drag the U.S. in, regardless of whether there's a ceasefire. But at the moment, I completely agree with you that they are still. I don't believe there's a chance in hell of a U.S.-Russian settlement over Ukraine. And no, I mean, let's forget any idea of a Russian Ukrainian settlement, because it's not about that. And that has been made perfectly obvious by the revelations in the New York Times this week that Trump's CIA, with his full blessing, has been waging this escalating war against Russia with the attacks on the tankers. And there was just another attack today on a tanker in the Black Sea. That is the United States. These attacks on Russia's oil refineries was completely the CIA, down to the individual couplers they had their Ukrainian proxies hitting. Right, this is their war, right? And Trump was apparently very happy with that because it gave him a chance to escalate with plausible deniability. And I am fully willing to believe that. Which we're told that the U.S. has been charged of the drone strikes against the tankers and in charge of the drone strikes against the oil refineries. And we know that the intelligence of the Kiev regime is the one who carries out those attacks. And we've also been told by the New York Times that the entirety of the intelligence, the SBU, the main intelligence body, and the GUR, the military intelligence body, have been taken over by the CIA since 2014, since the putsch, and rebuilt from the bottom up in their own image, and actually maintain an entire floor of the SBU building as their own, and another floor for MI6 as well on top of that. It is hard for me to understand the attempted assassination against Putin by drone strikes in the Novgorod, at the presidential residence at Valdai in the Novgorod region of Russia that happened, just 2 weeks ago. Then it is hard for me to read that as anything other than Trump attempted to assassinate Putin. And Putin has been very quiet since that has happened. He just showed up at a church for Orthodox Christmas, which he always, makes a big public deal of showing his face for that. But that's the first we've seen of him in any public engagement since then. So Russia, as far as I'm concerned now, is I think most of the pretext of this diplomatic charade of the U.S. playing the role of third-party mediator. I mean, that whole process is just being tossed to the side right now. And Trump, I mean, everything he's doing in Venezuela, seizing what, with the Bella 1, then the Marinera, as it was, reflagged under Russia while trying to escape, and then seizing that, his demands for $1.5 trillion military budget, the movement of all kinds of military equipment into the Middle East, as Netanyahu, he was in the U.S. last week to try to get Trump back on board for taking another round at Iran. I swear, is there some kind of neocon Viagra that Trump suddenly started using? I mean, because I have to admit, I'm reeling a bit, trying to process all of the militant madness that is coming out of Trump right now. I mean, I was used to a trickle of it, but now it's like it's constant. And I'm trying to process everything that the Trump administration is doing right now. And I'm having a hard time getting my head around all of it. And to just even get a direction where things are going. And all I see him is him escalating here and there and there and there and there all at the same time. And I understand that he's probably really feeling his oats, shall we say, after what he thinks was the most incredible military, really CIA operation in all of history in Venezuela. Again, we'll discover how ultimately successful that was somewhere down the line. But he's feeling his oats now, and he feels, I guess, emboldened in a way that he hasn't before. Or something. I'm fully on board with the neocon Viagra. I think they're slipping him something. I'm having a hard time, and I'm sure that the Kremlin and Beijing are also trying to process everything that's going on at this point. What just happened in Venezuela, further attacks on shipping that have occurred since then, and going after a Russian flagged tanker, even if it was just recently flagged Russians, that is a new escalation, right? That is a major escalation. Russia is not going to sink a U.S. carrier as a result of that or fire a nuke, but it all just goes into the background. Russia is now going to have to start convoying ships through the Baltic in a big way because, and at the same time, again, we saw just in the last 24 hours, another attack on a tanker in the Black Sea. And we know now, I mean, we always speculated that the U.S. was facilitating those, but that was a Trump attack on a tanker in the Black Sea as well. I mean, that's how we have to, that's the way the Kremlin understands what's going on. And, when the New York Times tells us that, it's hard to read otherwise. So there's so many escalations coming out of the Trump administration at this point that I think that Moscow and Beijing are probably like talking to each other and trying to understand what the hell's going on all of a sudden. But it seems that a lot of games that have been going off, the masks are being tossed off, and there's all kinds of really, to my mind, unsustainable escalation going on in multiple directions at the same time. The U.S. is overreaching in just too many different directions at the same time with all of these escalations. I don't think that they're capable they're not capable of following them all up. So are some of them bluffs? You know, we know that the Trump administration, they don't do plans. They say that themselves, and they're very happy with that situation. They think that, well, if we don't know what we're doing, then no one else knows what we're doing either, and everyone is unprepared, and we just have to, ad lib on the fly. Well, if that's the way you're doing foreign policy, I don't know. It's not so much a madman theory of international relations. It's just madmen in charge of the super.
Yeah, without the theory. There's no theory here. It's actual madmen. The madman theory implies some kind of a thought process. It's just pretty much madmen. Well, including at home, they're like shooting some poor lady that's like in a car, driving the, toys around the car, and they stop for whatever reason. I don't know. This is ICE. I'll just start here. She didn't really look like a foreigner to me. And when ICE is stopping her, she didn't. I mean, not that ICE should be on the streets grabbing people, but if they're grabbing somebody, I'm looking at her and I'm thinking, I mean, maybe you could think maybe she was Swiss or something or Canadian, but certainly nothing other than that. And I don't know where the hell that would come from. And they're like trying to pull her over the car, and they're running beside the car, shooting her. And I'm like, well, first of all, you're ICE, which means you don't have the authority to do traffic anyway. You have no traffic jurisdiction. What the hell are you stopping at? What point did you shoot us the other place? It's pure madness. And Trump's like, tweet, yes, she tried to run over the officers. I saw the video. I was an officer. They were beside the car. She's driving. You could argue she's driving past them while they're trying to reach in the car and grab her. But did they have the authority to reach in her car and grab her? It was insanity. So that's what we've got here. Madness everywhere. Federal agents shooting unarmed mothers on the street. Things are a little out of control. Let's just throw this. Let me ask you this. Speaking of out of control, the EU. First of all, this Jacques Beau thing. They're basically Maduro'd him. I mean, really, if you think about it, I looked at that and I said, that's kind of like Maduro in a way. It's just they didn't like physically kidnap him, but they economically and physically he's kidnapped because he can't move. I see that. And they got the nerve to say Trump's out of control for saying he wants to take Greenland. You know what I said? The hell with him, Trump. I mean, take Greenland. Who cares with these idiots? In a way, I mean, it is madness and it is crazy fascism for him to take Greenland. But if anybody ever deserved for Greenland to be took from them,
I mean,
I wouldn't lose any sleep.
I hope that happens in one way or another.
Yeah.
Just the Europeans deserve it for kowtowing to Trump and to the U.S. I'm whatever has happened in Venezuela and however it ends up, there is no question that diplomatically, the entirety of the world outside of the West, the global South, if they didn't already hate and fear and despise the United States before, well, certainly seeing what has been happening to Venezuela in the last couple of weeks has certainly, they're not doing the U.S. image in the rest of the world any favors, shall we say, right? There is going to be blowback for that, as well as the attack on shipping around the world. There is the U.S. I mean, the administration does not think of diplomacy. They think that they can just individually call each country into the room and browbeat them like some kind of mafia Don Donald or whatever, and bullying every one country individually. But the rest of the world is starting to realize the horror that they have to put up with for the next 3 years under Trump, and it all plays into the broader overstretching. As far as I see, they can't bully and threaten every single country in the world into submission the way they think that they can Venezuela right now, much less Russia and China. And Russia and China may have to pick their battles
Right.
But they're very good at picking their battles. And if they can't respond to everything symmetrically, you can be sure they will respond to it in their own time asymmetrically, right? And to a large degree, I see that a lot of what is happening is the U.S. desperation and fury and outrage that Russia has their proxy putsch regime in Ukraine by the throat and is not letting go. And they're lashing out here and lashing out there. And Russia is staying, yes, a lot of things are slipping by here, there, but aren't vital to Russia's national interests like Ukraine is. And Russia's not letting go of that proxy. And as far as Russia's concerned, okay, you take out our friends in your side of the world in Venezuela, and now you seize one of our own, recently flagged ships out of the middle of the Atlantic, and we'll pound Kiev a few more times and shut off lights across the east a few more times, but we're not letting go. That's the way I see the Kremlin's focus now. And yes, it does mean some things are going to slip by, like Syria did, right? But again, when the Syrian government collapses in on itself, the Syrian government and military, there was little Russia and Iran could have done there, regardless. And the same thing appears to have likely happened to some degree in Venezuela. But Russia will take it out on the U.S. proxy in Kiev. And ultimately, that really infuriates the United States. And Simplicius the Thinker pointed out to people who are demanding that Russia start World War III by some type of response over the fact that an oil tanker that just recently painted the Russian colors on, was grabbed by the United States, and that Russia has to respond to that. Russia just blew up 3 U.S. factories in Ukraine in the last couple of days. So there is all kinds of, shall we say, responses and escalation
some NATO
going
soldiers are doing that.
A lot of it is probably happening beneath the radar. But both sides understand what is being done, even if not all of us reaches the level of media attention, right, and recognition of that as we do here. And I think that was very well pointed out by Simplicius, that again, Russia's taken it out on the proxy, on the U.S. proxy in Kiev, and it's just infuriating and making more and more angry and desperate. Because for the U.S., it's not, and the West as a whole, it's not just Ukraine and the geostrategic importance of Ukraine. It's the fact that they are being defied and Russia will be seen as winning, and how much they regard that as an existential threat to US-led Western global hegemony, which in the nature of such things, it's a form of tyranny, and tyranny depends on belief and fear. And when someone shows effective resistance and defiance of that, as Russia is in Ukraine, then that makes it that much harder for them to maintain that iron hegemonic grip on the rest of the world as well. And some of the things we've seen in the last few years, like Sahel countries flying Russian flags in protest as they kick the French out and everything, I think is demonstrative of all of that. Even if Russia has nothing to do with that, which I don't believe they do at all, Russia's resistance to the U.S. in Ukraine is becoming symbolic to the rest of the world. And if they can't counter the U.S. in every single place and time symmetrically, like Venezuela, like this tanker here, they will get their licks in where they can, even if a lot of those licks are in Ukraine. And again, a lot of people are like, well, why Russia doesn't just finish it? Okay. Again, unrealistic expectations. Russia is effectively taking on all of NATO and the CIA, in Ukraine, but they're winning the war that they can win, and they're winning it, and they're not going to be provoked outside of that box into any condition outside of that box where they can win.
The 100, that has been me from the very beginning. The U.S. is losing, and the West and NATO, 50 countries are in there, probably more, are losing. And that's what matters. And if they're like, oh my God, we're losing here, maybe we'll try to get them to punch in Venezuela. Maybe we can get them to fight over here. Maybe we can get them to go after. Maybe we'll go take the bait. And what they really hate about Vladimir Putin is that no matter what they do, he won't take the bait. That he knows, I got you right here in Ukraine. I have you right here. And this defeat, Boris Johnson said it, but if we lose in Ukraine, that's the end of Western hegemony. Yeah, it really is. And you know it. And the Russian government knows it. And they know that no matter what else they do, the victory that you are having difficulty facing is this one. And that's the one they're going to focus on. And that's the one they're going to put their resources on. But the other side is this. I know we got to get ready to go. But if I'm the Russians, I'm in no rush. Number one, that their nature is to fight slow. That's how they do war. But the other part of it is you just see the West getting weaker and weaker. And if I'm in Russia's, I want to see as many elections as possible in Europe before this thing is over. You know what I mean? There's a whole lot of ways. So the bottom line is this. I agree. I think the Russians are doing the right thing. I think they shouldn't get provoked. I think they shouldn't move outside. Just keep doing what they're doing. Keep holding tight to what, like a pit bull. At any rate, here's something important before we go. We're just about out of time. I looked up. We're almost at an hour within minutes. And Mark Sloboda, if everybody out there, if you really want to find out and keep up with all of Mark's works, and I know you love that analysis and really enjoy the cynical analysis of Mark Sloboda, because I do. Tell them about Boosty and how they can follow you and what the options are.
Yeah, so I'm a Russian living in Russia, which means I'm under sanctions, right? Which means the usual alt media methods of self-sustainment for this, for what we do, YouTube, Patreon, Substack, buy me a car. None of them work for me. But the real politics.
Without Scott Ritter's peerless interpretation and analysis over it. And increasingly, his purview is the world. He knows as much about Venezuela as he does about Iran. He knows as much about Israel, Palestine, Gaza, as he does about the NATO war against Ukraine, which is marvelous for us and certainly keeps him in great demand from me. There's scarcely a week when I'm not consulting him. As I said earlier, Scott Ritter came up with this wonderful metaphor, and you need to know the Arab world to know it. The camel always tries to put its nose under the tent, and if it's allowed, well, before you know it, it'll be inside the tent sleeping with you. And so the only answer is when the camel sticks its nose under the tent is to give that nose a good whack. Well, I wonder if Scott agrees with me that Russia is going to have to do this after the seizing of not one, but two Russian tankers overnight. Scott Ritter, thanks as always for joining us. Let's start with the breaking news of the seizure in the North Sea of a Russian tanker, Marinera, going about its lawful business. The British and the Americans doing the fighting, of course, but the British doing the basing and some of the logistics, have actually literally seized a Russian tanker. There's got to be a payback for that, isn't there?
Well, let's just put this in stark terms. The United States is calling this a law enforcement operation. It apparently the Coast Guardsmen and other law enforcement officials are acting on a warrant that has been issued by the Southern District of New York, permitting them to seize this ship. The problem with that warrant is it has no basis in law. You know, to affect the blockade of Venezuela, which is what the United States is seeking to do, to deny Venezuela the ability to have shipping come in and come out, to sell its oil as it sees fit. This is a blockade. A blockade is an act of war. There has been no declaration of war by the United States Congress against Venezuela, nor has the President of the United States sought out Congress for authority for the use of military force in Venezuela. And so there is no blockade legally. There is no blockade. People need to understand that. If there was, it would be an act of war, but there isn't. So there's no legal basis whatsoever for the United States to be seeking to detain shipping to and from Venezuela. Now, to board a tanker, regardless of the flag under which that tanker is sailing in the open seas, is an act of piracy. Piracy. It's an illegal act. Now, the fact that the United States has chosen to carry out an act of piracy against a tanker flagged legally under the Russian Federation, there's nothing illegal about what has transpired in terms of the transfer of, flags from one country to another. Hell, the United States did it when we were sending tankers to Kuwait. If you remember in the 1980s, during the tanker war between Iraq and Iran, the United States reflagged vessels and sailed them under the protection of the United States fleet as they transited so that they wouldn't be attacked by Iran or Iraq. We did it. It's legal. Russia did it. And now we've boarded and seized a Russian tanker in total violation of the laws, the international laws. It's an act of piracy. If this isn't dealt with quickly, the United States will believe that it has carte blanche, a blank check to do anything it wants anywhere. Donald Trump accompanied this act of piracy with a social media posting where he said, "Everybody's afraid of me. Everybody's afraid of me. Russia, China, Iran, they're afraid of me. They fear me. They fear my military." This man believes this nonsense. And if Russia acts as if it is indeed intimidated by the use of force in the United States, this will happen again and again and again until the damn camel is in the tent. The Russia's got to smack.
Well,
I mean, look, I'm an American.
I thought
I
it
don't
was
wish
such
any harm to befall anybody. Go ahead.
No, I understand that. But cruising for a bruising was the phrase that I reached for. I'm not an American. I believe that the peace of the world depends on actual multipolarity being asserted and being a proven fact. At this moment, the kind of social media posts, the kind of drunken braggadocio practiced by Lindsey Graham and Donald Trump in particular on their aircraft, anyone sticks a camera in front of them, they're ready to threaten anyone, they're ready to issue the kind of statements you've just quoted from Trump. Everybody's afraid of me. But what if he's right, Scott? What if everybody is afraid of him? What if the Venezuelans took a dive in round 7 last week? Have we been somehow fooled into thinking that there were powers in the world that were strong enough and had the will to stand up to Donald Trump?
This is a question that needs to be answered sooner rather than later. The United States government believes that the world is cowed by Donald Trump and the all-powerful Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and everybody who attaches themselves to these blustering idiots. Let me just make it clear right now. I've always believed in a strong America, but an America attached to the rule of law, a constitutional republic that used its strength in legitimate acts of self-defense of itself and its allies against real threats. I believe that if we go to war, we need to win those wars. And in order to win those wars, we have to have the most powerful military in the world, that we should never engage in a fair fight. But I don't believe we should go searching for wars. And I certainly don't believe that we should be acting in a manner that it totally obviates the notion of the rule of law. We are a rogue nation today, ruled by a Caligula-like dictator, a narcissist who has created a cult of personality that moots any notion of constitutional law or international law. We are a rabid dog. Now, the question is, normally when a rabid dog is roaming the streets, an Atticus Finch type character will emerge and put a bullet in the head of this rabid dog. It appears that we're waiting in vain for Atticus Finch. Again, I don't want harm to befall Americans, but as you point out, if this behavior continues unchecked, it will not stop until the United States has pushed a nuclear-armed power, whether it be Russia or China or North Korea, to the brink. And then decisions will be made that will probably result in the death of everybody. And so if I were the Russian leadership, now is not the time for pragmatism. The notion that the spirit of Alaska somehow continues to live on in the United States, it never lived on. If anything, Russia should look back and realize that Alaska was a farce, a fraud, a charade designed to lure Russia down a path of passivity, making Russia believe that there was a light at the end of the sanctions tunnel if Russia could just find a way for a peace deal that will never be reached because the United States doesn't want it reached. The United States under Donald Trump is continuing the same policies of every presidential administration since Vladimir Putin took office in 2000, and that is regime change. We want him gone, and Trump wants him gone. Hell, Trump tried to have him killed last month in a drone attack. The Russians need to wake up. America is not your friend. America is your enemy. And you need to understand that and act accordingly. And this is the time when Russia needs to draw a red line. If you don't, then America is going to do something closer to your shores, then closer to your shores. We're going to challenge you in the Black Sea. And you'll keep backing down until there's American boots on the ground in Ukraine, and you'll be confronted with the need to either have a nuclear war with the United States or give up your goals and objectives in Ukraine, in which case it's all lost because you'll return to the 1990s where you're on your knees begging for crumbs from the American table. So, yeah, Russia needs to do something and do something now, decisive. I don't say it has to be resulting in the deaths of Americans. I don't want Americans to die, but it has to be done in a way that Donald Trump knows that he cannot get away with this kind of activity. Put a damn torpedo in the rudder of this Coast Guard vessel and leave it spinning helplessly in the ocean. Board this tanker with Spetsnaz forces and dare any American law enforcement on board to open fire. Demand the release of the ship or you'll blow the port up in England where the ship is being held. You cannot allow your ships to be taken hostage by the United States and Great Britain. And that is what has happened here. This is not a lawful operation. It's an act of piracy. And in the old days, we used to take pirates out and hang them by the neck until dead.
Indeed, pirates of the Caribbean is one thing. Pirates in the North Sea, well, it's particularly close to home. And Keir Starmer, who plummeted further to 11% approval rating. Imagine, a guy is sailing us into existential danger with 11% approval rating in the country. Somebody asked me in a call earlier, Scott, and I fear I didn't answer him comprehensively enough. It would be good to get your take from overseas on this. Why is Britain so involved in these anti-Russian provocations, not just this latest one, but in military activity all over Ukraine, and for a very long time, right from the beginning of the coup regime in 2014. Why do you think the British are doing this?
The British have had an issue with Russia from the very beginning, back when they were competing empires. We only have to look at the Crimea War in the 1850s to see evidence of this. The great game that was played in Central Asia between the British Empire in India and Pakistan, butting up against the Russian Empire expanding through Central Asia. World War I. Many people don't realize the British landed an expeditionary force in northern Russia that engaged in active hostilities against the Bolshevik government. The British during World War II, while we were ostensibly the allies of the Soviet Union, were working with Polish, insurgent forces and banderists in Poland and Ukraine to kill Russian soldiers in 1944 and 1945. Joseph Stalin put Winston Churchill on notice. He says, "You guys are killing our people. What do you expect me to take this lying down? We're not going to." Winston Churchill came up with Operation Unthinkable, which was supposed to be the mobilization of 10 Nazi divisions in support of the British and the Americans to continue the war in 1945 against the Soviet Union. The British have been engaged in covert operations against the Soviets and now the Russians for time immemorial. The British hate the Russians viscerally. There's a visceral dislike for this, for the Russian people, for the Russian nation. So it is what it is. I mean, the fact of the matter, Britain is infected with Russophobia to a degree that's even greater than you find in the United States.
Sure, no doubt. Let's turn to Venezuela, about which you have had very strong things to say. I used the phrase earlier that they took a dive in the seventh. To use a boxing metaphor, I don't know who took the dive, who took the bribe, but somebody somewhere betrayed Nicolas Maduro, didn't they?
Oh yes, it's in the Ministry of Defense. The fact is, so many Ministry of Defense units failed to perform, and they're finding out increasingly that's because they had received orders to stand down. Anybody who hesitated to follow those instructions were subjected to withering suppressive fire by American military assets. We had areas that we were monitoring as we came in. If they were quiet as they were supposed to be, we didn't take them out. If there were people moving around who shouldn't be, we killed everybody. And that's the bottom line. We had access to the cyber infrastructure of the Venezuelans. We were able to turn out the lights when and where we wanted, turn out power. These things don't happen. The United States has been projecting a blow against Venezuela for some time now. And the idea that the Venezuelan military was taken off guard is ludicrous. Professional militaries with this much lead time should have had Caracas fortified like you've never seen fortified before. The fact that the Venezuelan president is staying in a residence for a sustained period of time, so long that for more than 2 months, Delta Force was able to do full-scale, mock assaults on a full-scale replica of this facility, down to every door, every moving part. How did we know that? Somebody sold them out. The bottom line is the CIA has been very, very busy in Venezuela. A lot of money has been paid out or promised to a lot of people, and the United States is acting as if we have control over some very serious people inside Venezuela, and we fully expect them to do our bidding in the near future. It'll be interesting to see what happens going forward, but there's no doubt, let me just make this as clear as day, the United States would never have attempted this kind of operation had we not had assurances from inside that people were going to take a dive in the seventh.
Are they telling the truth when they say that they are in control? I mean, you can see it. There's an incentive for Trump to pretend that he's now calling the shots in Venezuela. Otherwise, all he achieved was a bit of a headache in public relation terms with the battered wife of Maduro, and with Maduro, who's quite a performer, as you know, quite a charismatic and powerful aura about him. Having him on his feet in the courtroom it will be a headache for Trump. And if he did it all to achieve actually zero control of events in Venezuela, well, he'll look the chump. So you can see why Trump is preparing or is preferring to imply that he's now running Venezuela so that it can run properly, unlike the United States in the streets of Philadelphia, of course. He is he telling the truth is what I'm asking? Or has the regime just sacrificed the king in order to somehow continue on the board in its own terms?
Donald Trump is not sitting as the president of the United States of America. What I mean by that is a president normally has a cabinet, has a staff, has departments, has agencies that work in a coordinated fashion to develop policies that will be implemented in a comprehensive fashion. So that when the president says something, the weight of the United States is attached to that. So if a president says this will happen, it will happen because we have done our homework. We've crossed our T's, dotted our I's. Instead, we have a cult of personality where a narcissist has to be fed BS 24/7, how great he is. I mean, my God, this is a man who sits at the desk of the White House and has people lay hands on him as if he is a conduit to God Almighty. This is the level of stupidity and ridiculousness we have reached. He is not being well advised. He is not getting comprehensive assessments. He's being told that which he wants to hear by people who need him to believe that they're on his side, so he keeps them in their inner circle, because the second you fall afoul of Caligula, he throws you to the wolves. He's been lied to by his CIA. He's been lied to by his Secretary of State. He's been lied to by his Secretary of War. Venezuela, yes, the CIA bought some people. But as we see right now, the United States is not in control of Venezuela. We're not in control of their oil. We're in control of nothing but the rhetoric that comes out of Donald Trump's social media. But that doesn't control things a bit. I think we're going to find out that the United States, Donald Trump, has been lying to people about the degree to which the United States controls the events on the ground in Venezuela. It doesn't mean that this is over. It doesn't mean the United States can't prevail. But I think, look, Donald Trump claimed that he negotiated peace between Thailand and Cambodia. I made it happen. Peace. Well, we found out that nothing happened because he doesn't understand the issues. And they're back at war today and all this. He thinks things are happening in Venezuela that aren't happening. He thinks that by seizing Maduro, that will lead to a cascade of dominoes that aren't falling at this point in time. I think he's going to find out that Venezuela is a much tougher nut to crack than he's been led to believe by his sycophantic staff.
Finally, Scott, Henry Kissinger of the Iran-Iraq war said it's a pity both can't lose. In the struggle between Donald Trump and the King of Denmark, or Queen, I don't know what they've got, of Denmark, I'm entirely neutral. Denmark deserve it, having willingly become slaves of empire and being first off the rank to give their recognition to the illegal rendering or renditioning of Serbia and the recognition of the breakaway of Kosovo and so on. I don't care what Donald Trump does to Greenland, but it's undoubtedly causing tremendous angst amongst the European Union that they may have to humiliate themselves, abase themselves at the feet of the US empire and accept the invasion by one NATO country of another, by one ally of another, and accept that the ugly American has arrived in all his orangeness in Greenland. What's your view about that?
The United States government under Donald Trump has said that Greenland is the highest national security priority of the United States at this moment. Let me just make it clear: we own Greenland; it's ours. I'm sorry, Denmark. I wish it didn't happen this way, but it couldn't happen to a nicer person. I am gleeful only for the following reason. I pray that the Europeans follow through on their promises of resolution when it comes to responding to this, and that NATO is dead, that they destroy this horrible edifice, that NATO falls apart, NATO collapses. The United States will get its due. One way or another, this narcissist will not go down in history as anything other than an abject failure. He's an embarrassment to the American people. He's an embarrassment to the constitutional republic. He's an embarrassment to humanity. But sometimes embarrassments, there's a silver lining in each little cloud. And the silver lining here is the end of NATO. I said when Mark Rutte became the Secretary General that he will be the last Secretary General of NATO. And I firmly believe that those words will be accurate. NATO is a sick enterprise. It doesn't deserve to continue. And I couldn't think of a more fitting death to NATO than it consuming itself as the United States absorbs Greenland and Denmark throws a hissy fit and Europe collapses in conniption fits around them. I will laugh until I can laugh no more, because I despise NATO as an institution. I despise the nations that comprise NATO. And this is justice, if there ever was justice.
Amen to that. This embarrassment point you make. I mean, Trump's performances are increasingly unhinged. They are increasingly embarrassing. He said last night, even his own wife is telling him that he's embarrassing himself. It's unpresidential behavior, the facial contortions, the pirouetting, YMCA dancing, and so on. He's becoming a parody of Donald Trump. Is anyone in Washington going to do anything about that? Tell him to sit down, or maybe even reach for the 25th Amendment?
Not now. He's surrounded by sycophants. These are people who are riding the coattails of Donald Trump. Trump needs to understand none of them like him. They all hate him. In fact, they despise him. But they're going to ride the Trump bandwagon as far into the system as they can go before eventually jumping off. Trump has the potential of failing abysmally in the midterm elections. And he's already noted that if that happens, it will be impeachment, impeachment, impeachment. And if he continues to behave in an unhinged fashion, there is a good chance in his second term that the 25th Amendment will be instituted. This is not a sane person. This is not a rational actor. This is an unhinged character whose fingers on the nuclear arsenal of the United States, who's behaving in a manner which is putting not only the entire American population but the global population at risk. So, let him do what he does right now. There's a better than even chance that he will fail at the polls in the midterm elections, and that the Democrats will paralyze his administration and come after him. And, in the past, he hunkered down because there apparently were working synapses in what passes for a brain. I think anymore, the ability for Donald Trump to think rationally is long gone. And we're going to find people saying we have to remove him from the briefcase. And I think you'll see J.D. Vance and others step in and say, I'm sorry, Mr. President, you're no longer fit to govern. We're invoking the 25th Amendment. This is my hope. This is my dream. This is my passion, because this man must go down in history as a failed president, as a disgrace. Future students of American history must look at him, and he needs to serve as an abject lesson of what not to do as an American leader.
in a violent January 3rd raid that left at least 80 people dead, including 32 Cuban military officers, without any apparent casualties on the American side. How is this operation possible? And where does Venezuela go now that Trump continues to issue threats amid his claim to own the country, its economy, and its vast resource wealth? To get the perspective of Venezuela's government and the Chavista movement behind it, I spoke to Jorge Ariasa. Ariasa is a veteran diplomat who served as foreign minister of Venezuela under Maduro and is a confidant of his country's acting president, Delcy Rodriguez. He is also the son-in-law of the original architect of Venezuela's Bolivarian Revolution, former Venezuelan president Hugo Chavez. Jorge Ariasa, welcome to the Gray Zone.
Thank you.
It's great to see you. There was, as everyone watching this knows, a massive U.S. military kinetic raid on Caracas on January 3rd involving 150 military aircraft, Delta forces, a helicopter division. It resulted in the kidnapping of your head of state, President Nicolas Maduro, and First Lady Celia Flores. And I think everyone wants to know how this was possible and how the U.S. was able to achieve this without losing, apparently, any men or material. From your point of view, what happened there?
Thank you, Max. Yes, it was quite an event. It's first time in the Republican history of Venezuela, our history as a republic, that we are attacked by a foreign power with such an overwhelming use of war technology. You know? This was being prepared for weeks. We all know that all these carriers and ships, warships, etc., were displaced in the Caribbean Sea, close to into the Venezuelan territorial waters for months, with the excuse, the false excuse of fighting against the drugs dealers and the narco traffic and cartel of the Sons. All of this, I can't say the word because it's not appropriate to say, but all of these lies, no, that they made up against our country, against President Maduro and his team. So we were expecting from the first moment some time of attack. We were preparing our people for even an invasion, no? With our militias and our armed forces. But what happened this last January the 3rd is that they used the most advanced war technology. They were able to silence, to neutralize our radars, our air artillery or air defenses. We understand it was more than 100 aircrafts, from drones to bombers, that were used in this operation. And the facts are the facts. So we have maybe 100 people that are dead. They are our heroes, our martyrs, and we are really sad, and because of that, civilians, not only military, civilians. The bombs also landed in places where normal people live, and they killed young people who were not involved at all in politics or with the government. Military, of course, young military personnel who were just doing their job. So it was a operation well designed with very advanced technology. So what really happened is that they kidnapped, they hijacked our president and his wife, who is also a member of the National Assembly of Venezuela. She's a leader of the Venezuelan women as well. And the case is that's absolutely illegal in the schemes, in the frame of the international law. Even I believe, I'm certain about saying that it's also illegal in terms of your law, of the Constitution of the United States and the laws of the United States. It's absolutely unacceptable. It's barbaric. And we are asking for the government of the United States to release President Maduro and his wife, to bring them back to Venezuela, because it's absolutely illegal what you have done, not you, your government. And in terms of maintaining the order, international order based in the law, based in the norms, I believe that this should be solved, because he's a head of state. He has immunity, diplomatic immunity, and this is just unacceptable for any human being who believes in peace, who believes in international law, who believes that we can all understand each other through dialogue processes. So that's what happened, and we were really under shock still. But something else happened, Max. The government of Venezuela is the same government. Delcy Rodriguez is the president in the moment. Our constitution establishes that, and so she plan that President Maduro wrote with his own hand is the same plan that President Chavez also led as his legacy when he died, and there was no regime change. There's someone else is in the presidency now, but there was no regime change. And Delcy is a loyal and a brave woman who's going to do whatever she has to do to protect our sovereignty and to make President Maduro and Cilia Flores come back to Venezuela.
Well, I want to ask you more about that, but first, just a couple more questions on what took place on the traumatic night of January 3rd. What can you tell us anything more about what happened when Nicolas Maduro, your president, and Cilia Flores were kidnapped, and why they were not in a more secure place?
I believe that they were in a secure place, and all the military personnel that were taking care of them delivered their lives to protect them. Most of them died and defending the president and his wife. So I believe it just was an overwhelming superiority in terms of technology, and this is what happened. Of course, remember that we have always been ready for a different kind of, not a conventional warfare, but something like Vietnam that lasted for over 20 years, or Afghanistan. It's different. As President Chavez said, we have lots of mountains, lots of savannas, lots of jungles, lots of islands, and we have brave men and brave women that would defend in man-to-man fight this country. But of course, we can't deny that the superiority of the U.S. in terms of the investment they have done. I mean, I believe that all what Venezuela has spent in the last 100 years in the military investment is not enough compared to what the United States spent in a 2-hour operation in terms of money of each missile that was sent, each flight from bombers, from F-15, F-52, helicopters, drones, the aircraft, the carriers in the Gerald Ford carrier, and all of this. It's thousands of millions of dollars that were spent for that operation. So in terms of the military, we are ready for no non-conventional warfare, not for this conventional kind of warfare.
32 Cuban officers were killed in the U.S. assault on Venezuela. What can you tell us about what those Cubans were doing and in what context they were killed?
You know that since President Chavez, the presidents of Venezuela, Chavez and Maduro, have always counted with this the help and the support of the Cubans experts in security. Remember that Fidel Castro had more than 600 attempts of assassination, so they really know how to protect a head of state. So there were about 100 people in the group that was protecting the president, and maybe 30% of them were Cubans, and that's the case. They also gave their lives for the revolution, and they gave their lives in order to protect President Maduro.
Were they in combat? Were they killed in combat?
Yes, all of them. All of them.
What do you say to those, particularly in Washington, who say that the stunning success of this U.S. raid demonstrates that Iraq War syndrome is over, because civil war and destabilization haven't erupted inside Venezuela yet?
The only reason that didn't happen is because Chavismo is in power, because the revolution is in power, is that we have really large structures of communication with our people, that we have communes, communal councils. Our people is organized. So we have direct communication with our people. They know what's happening. They know what happened that night. They know about Delcy and her commitment with President Maduro and with the Constitution and with our sovereignty. So Venezuela at the moment is in peace. The shops are opening. The malls have opened. Next Sunday, we're going back to schools, to the universities. We're producing oil. We're producing everything that we need, food in Venezuela. But that's only possible because there wasn't a regime change, because Delcy Rodriguez is the vice president and now the president in charge of Venezuela. And that's the only reason. If without the Chavismo, this would be chaotic. Without Chavismo, we would be in a situation that wouldn't be under control for decades. So that's something they have to consider. And it's not because Iraq war or whatever. It's because it's the Venezuelan people that rule in the Venezuelan government. We are running
without Chavismo, there would be a civil war.
Yes, a civil war or something like in Libya. You know, so without Chavismo, there would be no peace in Venezuela.
Is the Chavista movement, which is in power through the Bolivarian Revolution, is it united?
Monolithically united. Absolutely. More than ever, I would say. Even more. I believe that with this attack, the Chavismo is expanding to new sectors, the youth, the youngest, that are just understanding what the world is about, no geopolitics in the world and who wants to dominate, who wants to abuse, and they understand the importance of being independent. They are really, how do we say, outraged with what this means, that bombs falling in your country, in your territory, killing your people, and they are extending their hands. They want to come to the Bolivarian Revolution. They want to be our friends. They want to become part of the revolution. I can say that the popularity of President Maduro and of the Venezuelan government is much more important and big today than it was, I don't know, 31st of December. So that's something we are coming together. We are uniting even more than I thought that it would happen. I have family who are people that have never supported the government of the revolution, and they have called me and they tell me, Jorge, what do I have to do? Where is my weapon? What do I have to do to defend my people? Where do I go to a demonstration to support President Maduro? Even they say that they miss President Maduro, and they didn't like him, but they miss him.
Well, in a past interview with the Gray Zone, you described how U.S. intelligence actually attempted to recruit you and how you repudiated them. You obviously remained loyal. I met an official in Caracas who told me that in the U.S. attempt to recruit him, his family inside the U.S. was threatened. It sounded very intimidating what took place. He remained loyal. But now, in the face of what took place with this raid in which the head of state, Nicolas Maduro, was kidnapped so quickly, there are a lot of theories on the internet about Maduro potentially having been betrayed, and they're starting to pour out into mainstream media that he was betrayed by Venezuelan leadership, or that Venezuelan military officials had been recruited in advance by U.S. intelligence and were essentially asked to order some kind of stand down. And I want to get your response to these theories, which are gaining so much traction right now. It's obviously just speculation. Give you the floor to set the record straight.
It's a psychological intrigue campaign. It's all speculation. I have no signal of treason in any sector of the state or any sector of the Chavismo, not the military, not the politicians. Everyone is united. These are, I believe, what the government, the administration of the United States has done is also to try to, it's another kind of warfare, psychological warfare. And the only way that we could be in trouble in Venezuela at the moment is if there was a division in the Chavismo. I see no chance for that to happen. I have spoken to all the military, the generals, major generals, and they are all very clear that we are in the right side of history and that we're going to defend our homeland and our sovereignty against whatever happens to us. So I believe that it's good to tell the world, or to let the world know, that unity in Venezuela, not only, I insist, in the Chavismo, the Venezuelan people at the moment are united and believe that we were attacked by a foreign power, that this was absolutely illegal, that the president of Venezuela is Nicolás Maduro Moros, that he has to come back, and all these conspiracy theories and all these conspiranoic theories are absolutely speculations, lies, and they are out of order, out of place in this moment.
You have been on the front lines of the Chavista movement even before you were foreign minister, and you now know every important leader of Venezuela on a very close basis, better than U.S. media knows them. U.S. media is now focused on Delcy Rodriguez, and she's been portrayed in the New York Times, for example, as a kind of moderate, someone who's more amenable to deal making than Nicolas Maduro. Donald Trump has said she will do whatever we want. I don't know what he meant by that precisely, but I want to get your perspective. How would you portray the political outlook of Delcy Rodriguez? Where does she fit within the pantheon of Chavista leadership? Who is Delcy Rodriguez?
I must say she's the most important leader women of the Venezuelan Revolution. She's more than patriotic. The story of his father, of her father. I mean,
Yeah.
he was killed by the CIA in a Venezuelan prison. He was a left leader also from the working class in the 1970s. So she's absolutely loyal to her father, to her history, to the Venezuelan revolution, to the Venezuelan history. And I believe she's one of the most courageous women I have ever met. Well, when she was Minister of Foreign Affairs, she was the minister, but she had 9 deputy ministers, 9 vice ministers who were men, they were all gentlemen, and 1 woman. And when I came in a meeting and I saw 1 woman, 9 deputy ministers, I said, they still can't fit who Delcy is, because she's worth at least 10 men, at least. She's really a very brave woman, and I believe she's gonna be absolutely loyal to President Chavez, to President Maduro, to the Venezuelan people. But we have to understand the circumstances. Our president and his wife are kidnapped. They are not imprisoned. They have been kidnapped illegally. They can be assassinated. No, anything can happen. The President Trump, with his as it was a natural thing to say, he says we could do a second attack and it would be a major attack and we will kill and we will destroy the country. We are, and these are our circumstances. There was a Spanish writer, philosopher, Ortega y Gasset, and he said, man is himself and his circumstances. So Delcy is herself and her circumstances. And we understand her circumstances. We know the people of Venezuela know what circumstances she's facing, and we know she's going to do her best in defending our sovereignty and in bringing back President Maduro and Celia Flores.
Well, I want to get to Trump's threats in a moment, but interim president Delcy Rodriguez, if I can call her that, has set up several commissions to return Nicolas Maduro and his kidnapped first lady, Celia Flores, back to Venezuela. There have been mass protests calling for their return. Rodriguez has vowed to bring Maduro and Flores back. Mm-hmm. What is the plan there? What is the plan to bring Nicolas Maduro and Celia Flores back to Venezuela?
Well, that's a main objective of Delcy, who is the acting president at the moment. We are absolutely convinced that all these accusations against and the indictment against President Maduro and his wife are all made up, and there's a legal team that Delcy and our government have chosen, and we are in contact with them, that are going to defend President Maduro. Even though it's an illegal trial, they are going to defend him in the legal system of the United States. So everything is being talked and agreed with us, and it's a main issue, because we will, if there is some kind of fairness in the legal system of the United States, President Maduro should be released in the next hearing, because he has immunity. He's a head of state, because the cartel of the Suns doesn't exist, because this is all false. It's lies. But let's see what happens. But it's a main objective of the Chavista government at the moment is not only to run the country as we're doing, but to bring President Maduro and his wife back to Venezuela.
Have you or anyone in the government had contact with the president or first lady? And if so, can you tell us anything about their mental state or their physical condition, since it's been reported that Celia Flores was injured and bruised during the violent raid that led to her kidnapping?
I'm not sure that, I believe there hasn't been direct conversations with them, but through the legal defense team, through the lawyers. And you saw President Maduro when he was
Trump has announced Stephen Miller as one of the kind of viceroys who he intends to control Venezuela's economy or control or administer the remote occupation. Trump has also issued several demands that we've seen publicly, that Venezuela cut ties with Russia, China, Cuba, and Iran, kick them out of the country, and allow the U.S. to control Venezuela's oil industry. What's the response from the Venezuelan government to these obviously very onerous demands?
Yeah, I believe that President Trump is really afraid of the multipolar world that has been born and that exists. It's in place, no? And
Yeah.
Venezuela President Chavez, Comandante Chavez, and President Maduro have been leaders of this new world that has emerged. And we will always have good relations with these big powers, with China, with Russia. But we have circumstances at the moment that we have to evaluate. Our oil, has been seized, no? The oil tankers have been seized illegally. It's all barbaric. It's something that I believe that even my son, who is 7 years old, when I tell him what's happening, when he saw that, because there was a bomb that would fall close to where we were last Saturday, and when I explained to him what's happening, he said, "But how can that happen? How can a president do that? How can they kidnap a president? How can they throw bombs and kill people when we have done nothing against that country?" So in this situation, we have to evaluate every step we take and every step the revolution and the government takes in order to preserve good relations with all the countries in the world, but in order to have a good relation with the United States, always respecting Venezuelan sovereignty.
You were in the room for many negotiations with the United States. Just about a year ago, Trump's envoy, Rick Grenell, was in Caracas, I believe, negotiating directly with Nicolas Maduro over Chevron's drilling license. And now it looks like negotiations have collapsed, or there may have been negotiations that were interrupted by this military raid. We also witnessed the U.S. end negotiations with Iran by supporting Israel's strike on that country, a completely unprovoked attack. How does this affect your vision and the Venezuelan government's vision of negotiating with the U.S.? Can they be negotiated with in good faith?
I think that we have a chance, the United States, Venezuela, and not only Venezuela, but all of our America, Latin America, to build a new type of negotiation terms with the United States. I believe that we can respect each other when we sit down around the table and discuss certain topics, and not by barbaric methods and warfare against the peoples of these countries, of our countries, but by sitting down and pragmatically, but with principles. Each one of our countries has its own principles, trying to reach agreements and respect the agreements. It's not easy to trust the United States, not only during the Trump's administrations. Historically, it's difficult because they never comply. But still, in spite of that, I believe that this opportunity, difficult circumstances, give us a chance to try to civilize the relations with the United States. And we need, our circumstances also lead us to sit down and try to convince the United States, as President Maduro said 1 million times, that we would like to have good relationship with the United States, that we would like to sell more oil to the United States, of course, paying for the oil at market prices, that we would like the United States to invest in minery, that we would like the United States to invest in the Venezuelan economy, but respecting our legal framework and respecting international law. So I believe we have another chance, and we hope that the United States understands this. In spite of also what they have done, I think we have an opportunity, a window to sit down and make agreements that we can both respect.
Presidents Chavez and Maduro gave several speeches focused on explaining to the Venezuelan people what the meaning of the Bolivarian Revolution was. I think about Chavez's 2012 strike at the helm speech as one of those, calling for a renewal of socialism. What could you say the meaning of the Bolivarian Revolution is today after the kidnapping of President Maduro? What is Venezuela fighting for?
Well, we have a historical confrontation. Ours is a region that has been under dispute. We have the Monroe Doctrine from the United States, and we have the Bolivarian Doctrine from South America. We believe that the peoples and the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean should be independent. We should come together in an integration process, and we can establish a civilized dialogue with the other powers in the world, including the United States. But the doctrine, the Monroe Doctrine and the new Trump corollary that was added recently to the security doctrine of the United States believes that we belong to the United States. And they want to annex our economies, our military forces, our cultural system, and but that it won't happen. It's going to be eternal. This dispute can be eternal. So we are very Bolivarians. We believe that we have to be independent, and we hope that the United States understands that they have to establish a new kind of relationship with Latin America and the Caribbean, and that we can share in the terms that the economy of the world and the system of commerce of the world and trade of the world establishes. We can share our wealth, our natural resources, but not imposing governments, not annexing countries, not bombing countries, and not controlling governments. No, that's not the way. That's not going to happen. That's not the right way to do things. So we have been in this confrontation for 200 years now. It will probably last some other decades, but at some point this is going to be solved, and I'm sure that Bolivar is going to prevail and Monroe is not going to win this battle.
Donald Trump has threatened, as you said, to attack again if Venezuela's government does not fulfill his demands. What can Venezuela's military and people do to deter that possibility? And what is the strategic plan from your point of view?
First of all, the most important consequence of this attack is that Venezuela is in peace. Everything is calm. And that's a challenge for us to maintain not only the control, but peace, the economic system producing and activated, classes, universities, jobs, everything going normality. That's what we are trying to keep. And the response of the Venezuelan people has been with a very high level of awareness of what is happening at the moment. Second thing, we have to make the world and our people first, and the world, that we are in charge, that we are running the country. We have a government that was elected. The president is not here for now. He will come back. But for the moment, we are with President Delcy Rodriguez as acting president. We are continuing with our plans and with our ideology and defending the Venezuelan sovereignty. That's a second challenge. And the other challenge is we have to bring back President Maduro because he's the president. And we'll make our best in complying with each one of these challenges and objectives that we have.
Jorge Ariasa, thank you so much for joining us at the Gray Zone.
Thank you, Max. And I hope that we can have another interview soon and that things are better, not only in Venezuela, but
Coffee. Follow me